Well, good morning. It's certainly a pleasure to be able to come here and sort the first half of today's show and be able to work with the kids who kind of participated through the production side of the show. I think, without question, I think one of the real valuable portions of today's show from an educational standpoint. And I understand that the single source portion, these kids also had to participate in some form of an interview fashion and really display and showcase what they've learned through their projects. So certainly a good foundational and fundamental aspect of 4-H exhibited in here as far as from a learning and educational standpoint. I think the two barrows we end up getting out here represented this division really, very well. I think two very highly productive types of hogs. Both of them, I think, from a rate of gain standpoint, are some of the betters within this class. And I think when you look at the hogs, it matches them from a practicality standpoint. Ones that are very soft and pliable there through their middle portion of their body. Ones that have probably as much natural width and dimension on the top side of their skeleton as any. I think of the pair, I think the one that I prefer best is young man's blue barrow going directly in front of me. I think a little bit longer sided barrow. I think one that's probably got a little bit longer carcass in him. Still a lean composition type of a hog that's got some spread and dimension on the top side. A good one to go ahead and lead off. Now, the one in second, maybe a little bit leveler down that spine, probably a little bit just fuller there right in and behind that shoulder blade. To me, that one gets a little bit more restricted on the front side of his skeleton. I didn't maybe see that one just length of side and length of loin being as desirable as maybe the one that let off, but certainly a good pair to go ahead and start off today's show. Nice, productive, long-bodied kind of a hog. Comparison to the ones up top, I didn't see probably just the overall dimension and spread when you study that one from blade to hip. Maybe give that one just a shot more, just muscle and dimension from behind, but a good, productive, well-gaining type of a barrow to go ahead and land in three. Really lean, compositionally correct when it comes out next. Like this one just in terms of overall shape and dimension on top. Didn't see probably just the overall power or maybe growth and performance we had in some of the others up on top. Similar things can be said about this one. Probably it's just lean and compositionally desirable as anything, but from a conformation and structural standpoint, didn't see this one being quite as practical. Want to just make that one maybe a little bit looser made in comparison to some others. And the one that rounds out the class of lean, pretty high cutability type of a barrel, maybe just doesn't have the performance of some others, but a good way to go ahead and start off. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for those exhibitors.
First with a purple, going to Peyton Peck of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Second with a purple to Blake Peck of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Third with a blue to Hallie Heisduffer of the Dutch Creek Flyers. Fourth with a blue to Brennan McGuire of the Dutch Creek Flyers. Fifth with a blue to Braden Johnston of the Highlanders, and sixth with a blue to Colton Thrapp of the Lime Creek Live Wires. So from top to bottom in that class, the placings are 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We do want to recognize and thank Federation Bank for their sponsorship of the 4-H and FFA t-shirts for members this year. Also, we want to recognize and thank the Washington County Farm Bureau for the red superintendent shirts. That makes them nice and easy to see when they're out in the ring. Also, we'd like to thank KCTC for their generous gift of live streaming all of our shows. The link that is listed on the show program, so you can tune in for other shows this week. We appreciate their generous support so that friends and family from various areas can enjoy the shows this year. Also, you can enjoy the show again by going to the link at the top of the show program to see all of the previously recorded 2020 Washington County Exhibitor Fair Livestock shows on the KCTC YouTube channel. Also, the Washington County Farm Bureau has generously provided free bottled water for our exhibitors and their families. You can find them set up in the 4-H hall. We'd also like to say thank you to 4-H Wood Products of Crawfordsville for the fresh shavings in the show ring today.
another nice class here in the single source division. I think even on down the line, there's several. I think all barrows in this class wind up having an average daily gain well over 2 pounds. I think from a production standpoint, that's certainly something to be admired, and certainly something to pat these exhibitors on the back for being able to accomplish that. Something that's not easy to be done in the real world. I think we've got towards the top end, I think we've got a couple of the elite ones from a performance and production standpoint. Of the ones I left out here, I think these are the two more carcass-oriented hogs that still combine the tandem with some carcass. And of that, I think there's one that probably just hits me with a notch more just truer base width and a notch more just total product in the young man that drives there on the far side. I think when you study that one, he's got more natural spread on the top side of his skeleton, studies more natural and true in his genuine width from behind, especially studies with just a shot more just turn down there through that ham and lower stifle. Certainly a nice one to go ahead and lead off this particular class with. Young man that winds up second, a really big centered, practical, productive kind of a barrow. To me, in comparison to that one, he wants to hawk in just a skosh from behind, doesn't have quite as much just total power and dimension when you get in behind. Now we're good. One that probably just doesn't have quite as much just total power and dimension, but really a productive, easy feeding kind of a hog to go ahead and wind up in too. Maybe his late maturing and big outlined of a barrow comes out next. Really like that, things about him. I think the frame size matches this one's average daily gain. I think he's one of the higher gaining barrows in this class. I think it's just when you get in behind this one and study on top of him, he doesn't study with quite as much as total product on the top side of his skeleton, especially when you study down there through his ham. I don't suspect that he'll cut with quite as much as total product there, but a good, really productive, highly gaining type of barrow to go ahead and land in third. Really a nice one to go ahead and come out in three, a really kind of no holes kind of a barrow, maybe just one that gives up some product, maybe just doesn't have the elite performance that the top end of the class does, but a good kind of easy feeding one to go ahead and line up there. Maybe it was as robust and bold of a pig that comes out next as anything in here. In a really competitive class with some really elite gaining ones. This one gives up a little bit there from an average daily gain standpoint, but like that one from an easy feeding look and the product that one's got. A high cutability one that comes out next. Like this one just from a leanness perspective. To me, this one gives up just a shot of performance. Maybe just doesn't have the overall frame size and conformation to compete with the ones up there. And again, to round out a high cutability one to round the class. Maybe one who just gives up some performance. Doesn't see quite as much as total product and center dimension in that one as some others. But a good class. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for those exhibitors.
The results of our single source class 2, we had first with a purple to Colin Miller of the Lime Creek Live Wires, second with a purple to Blake Peck of the Lime Creek Live Wires, third with a purple to Kinsey Miller of the Lime Creek Limelights, fourth with a blue to Brennan McGuire of the Dutch Creek Flyers, fifth with a blue to Braden Johnston of the Highlanders, sixth with a blue to Colton Thrapp of the Lime Creek Live Wires, seventh with a blue to Hallie Heisdorfer of the Dutch Creek Flyers. So the results in order from top to bottom are 7, 6, 5, 4, 1, 3, 2. Currently in the ring, we have our third and final single source commercial swine class. currently out in the ring, we are going to recognize Brody Miller. Brody Miller is one of our 4-H seniors. He is wearing a gray polo that is sponsored by Widoff Farm Supply. Let's give Brody a round of applause.
another good way to go ahead and round out the single source portion of today's production show. And I think a top end that I think really exemplifies what we want to see as far as commercial pork production. I think a couple highly gaining, highly productive hogs that still have some merit from a terminal standpoint. And I think the two out here exemplify that to a T. I think the one to go ahead and lead off the class with probably has just a little bit bigger outline, a little bit bigger frame, and a longer sided kind of a hog. One that from a composition standpoint, even clear up to the weight that he's at, I think stays very true. I think you study that one from the top side of his skeleton and from behind has as much just honest muscle shape as any down the line. Yet still, when you study the young man's sticker on the side of his shirt, I think one of the elite gaining ones out here. Pretty logical place for me to go ahead and start. One that goes and winds up in second, maybe is the carcass hog of the drive. Just in terms of overall spread and dimension, you study that one, he's probably got as much just power and overall product there. And over his tenth and through his loin, you study that one from behind, he's got as much as turn in shape there through the upper portion of his ham and down through his stifle. I didn't read that one being as comfortable as the one that starts the class, one that's getting a little bit more worked up out here comparatively, but I still think a really productive, high cutability kind of a hog to go ahead and wind up in second. Really a productive one that comes out in third, one that emulates the one directly in front of him quite a bit from a type and kind standpoint, has some muscle, has some product. I didn't read this one being quite as lean as the one that went up immediately in front of it, and I think when we get up to these heavier weights, I think the leanness is going to be able to sort some of those off. That's where that one winds up in third. Young man that comes out, big frame, big outline kind of a hog, one that maybe doesn't have just as much just total product and muscle studying from end to end, but a really big scaled, highly productive, highly efficient one to go ahead and wind up in four. Similar things can be said about the young lady that comes out next. One that really matches the type and kind of the one immediately in front of her. I didn't see this one being probably just as strong right there behind the shoulder. One that I think still from a high cutability standpoint has some good advantages and a good one to go ahead and wind up there. Young man that comes out, one that I think again here maybe just gives up a little bit of performance and compares some really fast growing ones in this particular class. I didn't see this one probably have as much just overall muscle and definition on the top side, maybe one that gets a little tight and more restricted. And the young man that rounds out the class, again, a high cutability one to be considering at these weights. I think from a total product standpoint, one that gives up just a shot more, but a good way to go ahead and round out a really nice division here in the single source.
The results of our final class of single source commercial swine, we had first with a purple to Cale Miller of the Lime Creek Live Wires, second with a purple to Brody Miller of the Lime Creek Live Wires, third with a purple to Peyton Peck of the Lime Creek Live Wires, fourth with a blue to Brennan McGuire of the Dutch Creek Flyers, fifth with a blue to Hallie Heisdorfer of the Dutch Creek Flyers, sixth with a blue to Braden Johnston of the Highlanders, and seventh with a blue to Colton Thrapp of the Lime Creek Live Wires. From top to bottom in the program, we have 7, 6, 4, 5, 2, 1, 3. The next class we'll have coming into the ring will be our production barrow class 1. We want to recognize Jordan Hammond as one of our senior 4-H members. She's wearing the gray polo out in the ring. Let's give Jordan a round of applause. I'll remind you again that Washington County Farm Bureau is generously providing free bottled water for our exhibitors and their families. You can find them set up outside of 4-H Hall. Also, we want to thank KCTC for their generous gift of live streaming the shows. The link for you can tune in for all the other shows, and we appreciate their generous support. Family and friends from around the world are being able to enjoy the fair this year. You can also enjoy this show again by going to the link for the YouTube channel for KCTC, and you can see the previously recorded 2020 Washington County Exhibitor Fair livestock shows.
Oh, a nice way to go ahead and start off the derby or production side of this morning's production show. And I think that surface towards the top end that I think, again, combine the tandem of both from a carcass standpoint, having some cutability and some product, but then also clearly based on the stickers on their shirts, performed there in the days leading up to today's fair. And I think there's one in my mind that probably does it just a notch better. The young lady driving directly in front of me. I think one that, I think from just a length of carcass standpoint's got the advantage. I think just in terms of total product, when you study that one over her loin and from behind has the advantage. And when you combine that with the 10th difference in average daily gain, I think it becomes a pretty logical place to go ahead and start. Young lady that goes ahead and is just about to exit the ring here. I think very similar in terms of type and kind of having a big, robust center cavity, one that looks like has been an easy feeding type of a hog. I didn't see probably just the length of side and length of carcass in that one, but still a highly productive, high cutability one that's still converted here in the days leading up to the fair. Similar things can be said about the young lady that comes out. I like this one, especially from just an overall total product. I think length of side and overall dimension, I think this one's good. Maybe gives up just a shot just from an average daily gain standpoint. I think it's maybe evident by that one carrying just a shot more condition down there in the lower part of his skeleton, but I think a good one to go ahead and wind up in 3. Really high cutability, lean one comes out next. One that maybe just doesn't hit me as productive in his appearance in terms of having some extra rib shape, having some extra center body. Maybe just doesn't provide as easy feeding of a look as the one immediately in front of it, but a good high cutability one to go ahead and wind up in 4. Young lady that comes out next, one that maybe gave up just a shot from a performance standpoint, particularly in comparison to some ones up at the top end. Didn't see the overall just confirmation being as much of an advantage in this one. Didn't see this one probably just having as much overall product and endpoint value as maybe the ones on up the line. And then a nice high cutability lean one that comes out next. Maybe one that just doesn't hit me quite as productive in his appearance. Maybe one just a little bit rawer and maybe not probably just to his final endpoint yet here today at the county fair, but one that I think still high cutability should still rail a decent carcass. So good job to those exhibitors. Put our hands together for them.
results for the first class of our production barrows, we had first with a purple going to Alexa Huber of the Lime Creek Limelights. Second with a purple going to Alexa Huber of the Lime Creek Limelights. Third with a blue to Jordan Hammond of the 76 Progressives. I just had it marked wrong. Fourth with a blue to Case Wetstein of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Fifth with a blue to Allie Wetstein of the Lime Creek Lime Lights. Sixth with a blue to Allie Wetstein of the Lime Creek Lime Lights. So our results from top to bottom, we have 6, 4, 5, 2, 1, 3.
Good morning. Oh, is it on? Oh, yeah, okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bryn Beanblossom. I'm the daughter of Marty and Teresa Beanblossom. This fall, I'll be a senior at Washington High School, and I am this year's Miss Congeniality.
Hi everyone, I'm Taylor Brinning. I'm the daughter of Shane and Kathleen Brinning, and this upcoming fall I will be a senior at Washington High School as well, and I'm this year's Washington Fair Queen.
Hi everyone, my name is Olivia Merrick. I'm the daughter of Brad and Mary Sue Merrick. This fall I will be a senior at Washington High School. I am Washington County Pork Queen, and I was second runner-up at the Fair Queen contest.
Hello everyone, I'm Alexandria Collier and my parents are Jason and Christina Collier. This year I have graduated from Waco High School and I am Pork Princess.
We do want to recognize Brody Miller of the Lime Creek Live Wires, who's out in the ring currently as one of our senior 4-H members.
another nice kind of class here in the production side of things. And I think a young lady who starts off, and I think one that starts off pretty logically for me. Something tells me that maybe this one's been this young lady's favorite pig all spring and summer. Not only is this a highly productive, well-growing, fast-growing type of a hog, but also kind of a fun-colored one, so I imagine young exhibitors probably enjoyed that as well. I think you study the hog. I think one that first impression probably just gives you the most just true skeletal width, boldness in terms of that one's rib cage. I think overall product down the top side of this one's skeleton. I think from a carcass composition standpoint, one that remains very lean, especially up to this weight, and I think it's reflected there in a pretty productive average daily gain there for the young lady. Very similar one that comes out in second. Again, like this one for considering the weight that she's at, for as lean as she is and still having the overall product. One that for me maybe just didn't read me probably quite as just sound and fluid in that one's structure. Not to get nitpicky, obviously these ones are already at a final weight, but I think when it gets down to a close pair like that, I think that's what ends up sorting there. Certainly a highly productive, high cutability one that still ended up growing well. Really big outline, long-bodied kind of a hog that comes out next. Again, a high cutability one. I think one's probably converted fairly well, given that one's average daily gain, but then still remaining as lean as she does, or lean as he does up to this weight. I didn't read this one have as much just total product. When you study that one down its top sheet, that one gets a little bit narrower. Study that one for behind, gives up some ham and stifle in comparison. Really, probably just antagonistic or opposite of the one that winds up in third, comes out in fourth. Like this one from an overall skeletal width and having some extra product up top. To me, this one's a shorter, quicker couple type of a hog, one that doesn't have the same average daily gain and maybe just reads a shot heavier in his condition today in comparison to some others. Lean, high cutability one that comes out next, like this one from a carcass length standpoint. Didn't see this one having just as much overall product and muscle when you stand in behind that one. And then one that rounds out the class, a good, complete, fundamental kind of a hog. Didn't see this one having their performance from an average daily gain standpoint, but then also maybe just not having the overall growth and total product to compete with some others. But a good class. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for those exhibitors.
The results of our production barrow, Class 2, we had first with a purple to Tessa Bombay of the Lime Creek Limelights, second with a purple to Kinsey Miller of the Lime Creek Limelights, third with a blue to Callie Huber of the Lime Creek Limelights, fourth with a blue to Brody Miller of the Lime Creek Live Wires, fifth with a blue to Will Klein of the 76 Progressives, sixth with a blue to Case Wetstein of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Our results from top to bottom in that class are 4, 5, 6, 3, 2, 1. Currently in the ring, we have our Class 3 of production barrows. We do have one addition to this class. Jordan Hammond, who is one of our senior 4-H members, is in this class. I also want to recognize Peyton Peck of the Lime Creek Live Wires. He received a Swine Project Award at the 2019 Awards Night. They excelled in personal swine projects, learning workshops, and leadership experiences. Congratulations, Peyton. I also want to recognize Merck Animal Health and Sean Greiner for sponsoring the ribbons for today's show. Also to Brenneman Swine for sponsoring trucking insurance fees and swine department expenses. Additionally, we have several returning 4-H swine alum who are helping out today as part of our volunteer swine squad. So we want to thank them for returning to our program and giving back. Many hands make light work to pack up and put away the fair. Fair cleanup will begin at 8 a.m. on Saturday morning. Sign up in the extension office. All help is greatly appreciated. Also, we love to celebrate the hard work of our youth. We have a new space for that, thanks to the Washington County Fair Board for their sponsorship and work on the new photo backdrop. Be sure to use the hashtag WashFair20 on social media so that your hashtag WashCo4H family can follow along.
Another good kind of production class to come out here. And I think a pair of barrows that surface to the top in my mind. I think ones that are very contrasting and where their advantages lie. I went ahead and opted to go ahead and start off with young ladies blue barrow there on the far side. To me, where this one has the advantage is, as far as over the one in second, is an easier feeding look, one that I think studies with more turn and spring of rib there through the center portion of that one's body, one that is softer back there, back through his flank. I think because of those advantages, he's got the advantage in spread on the top side of his skeleton, one who I'd expect to cut and open up with more 10th rib muscle, and one that I still think up at this weight, and considering the gain that this one's had, is still acceptable from a carcass composition standpoint. Young man that winds up in second, one that's got a tremendous average daily gain on the side of his shirt. I think when you look at this one and how lean this hog is, I think you can also probably anticipate this one as incredibly productive and efficient from a feed conversion standpoint. To me, this one gets just a little bit tighter and more restricted the longer that one's out here. Maybe just doesn't have probably as much as center fill and productive look there through the center portion of his body to go ahead and push up to the top spot, but a good one to go ahead and wind up in two. Really productive, big centered kind of a one comes out next. I saw this one, or read this one being a little past his prime, maybe a little bit heavier in his condition. Like this one just in terms of overall just production and overall spread and dimension on the top side of his skeleton. To me, this one needs to be leaner in order to be able to just probably hit the optimal profitability window for that one. Young lady that comes out next, I think similar things can be said here. One that maybe probably just misses the window a little bit from a carcass composition standpoint. Getting a little more extra condition. To me, this one reads a little bit quicker in its maturity pattern, but a heavy muscled, good productive kind of a barrow nonetheless. Really high cutability one comes out next. One that's certainly got the advantages over the two above this one from a composition standpoint. I like this one. I'd expect this one to cut out with less back fat. To me, this one gives up some product. Doesn't have as much just overall spread and dimension on the top side. Doesn't see that one have as much just true muscle when you get in behind that one. Nice heavy muscle kind of a hog that comes out next. To me, this one gives up just a little bit from a conformation and structural standpoint. I don't see this one being as free, easy, and maybe as easy feeding in his look compared to some others. And then a big frame, big outline kind of one that rounds out the class. Maybe one that gives up just a little bit just overall power and dimension when you study that one from end to end. Also didn't see this one maybe just probably being quite as just honest and maybe from a composition and rate of gain standpoint, but a good one that good one to go ahead and round out a really competitive class.
The results for our Class 3 of production barrows, we had first with a purple going to Tessa Bombay of the Lime Creek Limelight. Second with a purple going to Jack Greiner of the 76 Progressives. Third with a purple going to Tate Bombay of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Fourth with a blue to Callie Huber of the Lime Creek Limelights. Fifth with a blue to Peyton Peck of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Sixth with a blue to Cale Miller of the Lime Creek Live Wires. And seventh with a blue to Jordan Hammond of the 76 Progressives. The order from top to bottom in that class was 4, 5, 1, 6, 2, 3, 7. Coming into the ring, we have our fourth and final class of production barrows. After this class, we will be selecting a champion and reserve champion production barrow. In addition to this class is Marley Greiner of the 76 Progressives.
welcome to Washington County, where we've got the fastest growing pigs I've probably ever seen, and certainly from an average daily gain standpoint, I think the top end of this class is really exceptional, especially when we get the two out here. And I think this is really splitting hairs on this pair. I think we got two very elite gaining ones, and I think even though both these hogs are probably out of bounds from a weight perspective, and both of them should have probably gone to town probably at least a month ago, I imagine. I think we still got some really big time carcass advantages, yet still do so in a lean, high cutability fashion. I'd like to go ahead and start off with the young lady driving directly in front of me. I think one that combines obviously from a gain perspective, but then having some natural muscling, having some composition. I think the decision that actually comes down to between this pair, because I think both of them have those class leading advantages. This one strikes me as a shot more just comfortable on his feet and legs. I think when you take into consideration just practicality and what ones you'd want to have 2,400 of stacked in a barn with, I'd probably have ones that can just motor and get around on the feet and legs, probably preferably to the young lady that goes ahead and leads off this class. Nothing to take away from the young man that goes ahead and winds up in second. This one very well from a carcass standpoint could prove me wrong. I imagine this one's got a really big loin eye, one that still has an advantage from a lean shape perspective, a tremendous amount of muscling when you get in behind that one. To me, that one just gets a little bit more uncoordinated when you study that one on the move. Want to just give that one just a shot more confidence and sureness in his step as you get out here. Really a well-grown type of a hog next. A 288 is something to certainly be proud of. To me, this one gives up just a shot just in terms of just overall product. Didn't see that one having just expansive in his overall product down the top side of his skeleton, particularly when you study this one out through his hip and through his stifle, gives up a little bit. Also don't see that one being as lean as some other ones at the top of this class. Certainly a good, growthy, productive kind of a one. Read this one being a little bit earlier maturity pattern. Particularly one that up at this age, this weight and stage of the game, maybe he's just pushing a little bit extra condition comparison to some others. Contrastly to the one that comes out next, like this one from a cutability standpoint, one who I don't read as having as much as true muscling. Want to give that one just a little bit more sureness in that rear foot as well, just from a practicality standpoint. And similar things can be said for the one that winds out next. Maybe gives up some performance in comparison to some others. Don't see this one have as much overall product or practicality as some others, but a good class. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for those exhibitors.
The results of our production barrow, Class 4, we had first with a purple to Marley Greiner of the 76 Progressives, second with a purple to Jack Greiner of the 76 Progressives, third with a purple to Tate Bombay of the Lime Creek Live Wires, fourth with a blue to TJ Brenneman of the Lime Creek Live Wires, fifth with a blue to Peyton Peck of the Lime Creek Live Wires, sixth with a blue to Colin Miller of the Lime Creek Live Wires. We are now going to be selecting a champion, a reserve champion production barrow. Our second places are going to come in first. So from Class 1, we had Alexa Huber of the Lime Creek Limelights. From Class 2, we have Kenzie Miller of the Lime Creek Limelights. From Class 3, we have Jack Greiner of the 76 Progressives. And from Class 4, Jack Greiner of the 76 Progressives. These are going to be penned up, and then we will have our first place ones in the ring. Our first places in all of our classes, we had first place in Class 1 being exhibited by Alexa Huber of the Lime Creek Limelights. First place in Class 2, we have being exhibited by Tessa Bombay of the Lime Creek Limelights. First in Class 3, we have being exhibited by Tessa Bombay of the Lime Creek Limelights. And first place in Class 4 being exhibited by Marley Greiner of the 76 Progressives. About it. Production Barrow, our champion trophy today is sponsored by DeKalb Feeds, Division of Huber Feeds, Joe Tabakhorst, a cash award by KCTC, Kelowna Cooperative Technology Company, and then the reserve is sponsored by Ron Carroll. There are also cash awards for the top 5 production barrows, and that is presented by the Washington County Pork Producers.
I think we get the 4 class winners out here for the Champion Production Barrow Drive, and I think we've got 4 individuals that I think reflect what both a tandem from a carcass composition standpoint, a productivity standpoint, and then also combining it with just some practicality and fundamentals from a structural standpoint and an easy feeding standpoint. I think all 4 of these really reflect, I think, what a quality pig would be in your common everyday finisher barn. I think if you could have 2,400 of these, I think you'd certainly stand a chance to be profitable, even considering today's day and age. I think all these have some advantages, I think, over the other. I think there's one that, in my mind, from a standpoint of considering the weight that it's at, yet still maintaining from a carcass composition standpoint, and one that, from a genetic standpoint, I think that's impressive considering the weight we're running at. Maybe one that misses the window just a little bit, but understanding that maybe you don't have an opportunity to obviously market these ahead of county fair. One that I think you throw that out of the window, still's the best from a composition standpoint, a conformation standpoint, a structural standpoint, then still have some leanness, some gain. Young lady out of the last class will go ahead and be your champion production barrel.
Our champion production barrow is being exhibited by Marley Greiner.
thinking about the one for reserve, I think they dropped the one out of that last class, and that was a pretty challenging pair, I think, on the top end of that class, and one that I think certainly held some advantages there over the one that was eventually named champion. I think there's a few things I want to change on that one from just a conformation standpoint, but I still think one that needs to be admired for both the gain perspective and then total product that one's carrying. One that I think best follows my champion from a practicality standpoint, fundamental and still having some product and some gain. Young man driving this calico painted up one to go ahead and be reserve. For third, I think it's pretty logical in my mind. I think there's one that probably just leads the pack from a carcass standpoint and gain standpoint, and a young man that's been showing his tail off this whole time. Young man driving directly in front of me, you go ahead and be third overall.
Our reserve is being exhibited by Tessa Bombi, and our third place by Jack Greiner.
For fourth, I think it gets a little bit tighter in my opinion, but I still think there's one that probably leads the pack from a conversion standpoint and overall just total carcass and total product standpoint. Young lady driving on the far side will be fourth.
Our fourth place is being exhibited by Tessa Bombi.
One that comes out next out of that class, I think one that hit me pretty hard in class just from a leanness and total product standpoint. I think certainly from length of side, length of carcass, and still being compositionally correct, that one certainly got some advantages. That's the one I like fifth best, so go ahead and be there, or go ahead and be fifth overall.
Jack Greiner received fifth place for the production barrows. We're now going to be switching over to the next part of our show. We're going to do the production gilt class 1. That will be the next class. We're going to take just a moment to kind of get things switched over to our gilt side. But the next class coming into the ring will be the production gilt class 1.
a nice way to go ahead and start off the gilt portion of this morning's show. And I think we got two out here that maybe differ in their class advantages. I went ahead and opted to go ahead and start with the young lady driving further away from me. I think from a class advantage standpoint, this one's got the most just overall top shape, studies with the most just overall product on the top side of her skeleton. I think you get behind that one. That one's got the most just turn and shape out through her hip, studies with the most just true genuine base width, leads me to believe that one's probably just going to cut with just a shot more overall product. Young lady that winds up in second, big outline, growthy kind of a hog. I think one of the better gaining ones in this particular drive. Still like this one from a leanness perspective. Didn't see this one being as probably just wide or pulled apart from end to end. Didn't see that one having probably as much just overall muscle as the one that immediately places immediately in front of her. Easy feed and productive kind of a gilt comes out next. Probably just has a shot more just overall center dimension, an easier feeding look. Didn't see this one probably having the combination of either of the advantages of the one immediately above that one. Didn't see this one having probably as much just overall true dimension and shape on the top side. Saw that one maybe being a shot heavier in condition as well. Maybe a little slower growing one that comes out in fourth. Like this one just from an overall kind. I think this one, this gilt from a leanness perspective is ideal. Like this one just in terms of overall dimension, maybe just doesn't have any class leading advantages to go ahead and bump up any further spots in my mind, but one that's just a good fundamental basic kind of a hog. Really lean, long-bodied kind of one that comes out next. One that, in my mind, gives up just entirely too much just overall power. You get in behind that one needs to be wider and studied with more just true shape and dimension. A really efficient, lean gaining kind of a one to go ahead and wind in there. One that maybe falls back a little bit from an overall size perspective. Still like this one from an average daily gain standpoint. One that I suspect maybe started it a little bit smaller. Still, that being said, one that gives up some top shape, some spread, some overall product when you get in behind that one. And similar things can be said for the one that rounds out. Didn't see this one have as much just overall product or value from a carcass standpoint. One that gives up a little bit of gain in performance as well. But a good class that's going to put our hands together for those exhibitors.
The results of our first class of production gilt, we had first with a purple going to Tessa Bombay of the Lime Creek Limelights, second with a purple going to Alexa Huber of the Lime Creek Limelights, third with a blue going to Allie Wetstein of the Lime Creek Limelights, fourth with a blue going to Case Wetstein of the Lime Creek Live Wires, fifth with a blue going to Jordan Hammond of the 76 Progressives. Sixth with a blue going to Allie Wetstein of the Lime Creek Limelights. And seventh with a blue going to Case Wetstein of the Lime Creek Live Wires. The results in that class from top to bottom is 4, 6, 7, 2, 5, 1, 3. Currently in the ring we have our production gilt class 2. We want to recognize Jordan Hammond as being out in the ring as one of our senior 4-H members. She is wearing one of the gray polos that is sponsored by Woodhoff Farm Supply.
A little more challenging gilt class to piece together, and I think there's probably because one, it's tight all the way down the line, but I think we've got a few things that we want to change about each of them towards the top end. I think the young ladies gilt I opt to start off with, I think it's just the one that probably just brings the most fundamentals together. No, it's probably not in terms of a total product and muscularity standpoint, doesn't have the advantage. She is one of the better gaining gilts. To me, she just hits me with the most productive and most practical look. She's better in her front skeleton, the one that winds up in second. She's better in just in terms of her overall top line assembly, now she holds herself together. To me, that one's just bolder and softer through the center portion of her cavity. One who studies just an easier feeding look. It still has one of the class leading, one of the heavier muscled class gilts within the class. Probably the carcass hog winds up in 2, and certainly like this one from an overall shape and dimension standpoint. You study that one out through its hip and down through that gilt stifle. She certainly has the advantage there. For me, that one's front end needs to be reconstructed. If I want to, be able to push that one up any higher, I want to be able to term that one the practical gilt of the class. Need to just redesign that one's front end a little bit, make it a little bit softer, easier moving. Certainly a big outline, growthy kind of gilt comes in next. This one, from as far as the top 3 goes, maybe falls out from an overall muscle perspective. Didn't see this one being quite as just bold and pulled apart at the top side of her skeleton. Or certainly when you study that one from behind, tapers and flattens down there through her stifle. But a big, growthy, efficient gaining kind of a gilt to go ahead and wind up in 3. Similar things can be said about the 1 and 4. To me, this one gives up even more muscle yet in comparison to the one immediately above her. Didn't see this one probably having quite as progressive of a growth curve as maybe some others, but certainly a lean, high cutability kind of a gilt to go ahead and wind up in that spot there. Young lady's got a fast growing one that comes out next. To me, this one gives up as much from a conformation standpoint and tandem that with muscle as any. Gives up just a shot more, just overall just ham and overall just true muscle shape when you get it behind that one. Certainly admire that one for average daily gain and growth. We get down to some towards the bottom end of this class, and I think we want to maybe just give up just a shot more performance. It's probably just more the combination of performance and overall product here on foot. Didn't see these hogs being quite as heavy muscled or productive as some others on up the line, but a good way, a really competitive class all the way through. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for these exhibitors.
The results of our Class 2, we had first with a purple being exhibited by Callie Huber of the Lime Creek Limelights, second with a purple to Callie Huber of the Lime Creek Limelights, third with a purple to Tessa Bombay of the Lime Creek Limelights, fourth with a blue to Will Klein of the 76 Progressives, fifth with a blue to Alexa Huber of the Lime Creek Limelights, sixth with a blue to Cale Miller of the Lime Creek Live Wires, and seventh with a blue to Jordan Hammond of the 76 Progressives. From top to bottom in that class, our placing was 6, 7, 5, 2, 3, 4, 1. Currently coming into the ring, we have our third class of production gilts. We'll announce that right now we have Brody Miller, who is one of our senior 4-H members. He's a member of the Lime Creek Live Wires. His gray polo is sponsored by Whittoff Farm Supply.
Nice kind of top pair to go ahead and surface in this particular class. I think we've got the two up here that, again, combine the average daily gain perspective, but also are the ones that hit me as carcass hogs that are lean up to this point, ones that fit the mold from a practicality standpoint. To me, I probably prefer the young man driving directly from. I prefer that one's just comfort level out here. I think this one just from a skeletal standpoint is put together a little bit better, particularly up through that front end, through that shoulder design. I think you study that one, I think that one remains just a little bit more coordinated out of its rear leg as well. Young lady's probably got the class leader from a carcass perspective that winds up in 2. Certainly like that one from a leanness perspective. Length of carcass on that one's exceptional. Like this one from an overall just total product. When you study that one out through its hip and down through its stifle, to me that one gets a little bit more forward and rock forward and uncoordinated out of its front end. Want to see that one track just a shot truer and squarer when you get in behind that one. Young man that comes out next, a productive, growthy kind of a one that probably gives up the composition and has a little bit extra condition in comparison to those top two. Didn't see this one's top line being put together as well, but certainly a highly productive, fast-growing kind of a hog that still has some muscle on product comparison to some others. Nice practical kind of one that comes out next. One that gets a little bit upright in the design of this one's shoulder for me. To me, this one gives up of the top 4, gives up as much in just in terms of total product. Certainly still a fast gaining productive one to go ahead and wind up in 4. A high cutability one comes out next. Certainly has the advantage in cutability and just overall leanness and composition in comparison to the one immediately in front of her. Didn't see this one having as much just overall total product from end to end. A real easy feeding kind of a one comes out next. To me, this gilt reads as quick in her maturity pattern as any of them. I read this one just being a little softer, a little fatter in comparison to some others. Like to change those things about that one. And certainly one that has the cutability advantage that winds up and that rounds out the class. To me, this one from a conformation standpoint kind of fell out. Want to change that one just shoulder design, but certainly like the cutability, like the extra muscle this one's got in comparison to some others. Good class. Let's go and put our hands together for those exhibitors.
The results of our production gilt class 3, we had first with a purple going to Tate Bombi of the Lime Creek Live Wires, second with a purple going to Marley Griner of the 76 Progressives, third with a purple to Colin Miller of the Lime Creek Live Wires, fourth with a blue to Tate Bombi of the Lime Creek Live Wires, fifth with a blue to Kenzie Miller of the Lime Creek Limelights, sixth with a blue to Will Klein of the 76 Progressives, seventh with a blue to Brody Miller of the Lime Creek Live Wires. And coming into the ring now, we have our 4th and final class of production gilts. Following this, we will be selecting the champion and reserve champion production gilts. In addition to this class is Gavin Griner, will be a production pig showmanship class. Class 1 will be for those members who've just completed 8th through 12th grade. Class 2 will be for members who have completed 4th through 7th grade. We are going to have an addition to our schedule. This is a new thing that we are starting this year. There will be a production pig showmanship class. It will be after we select the overall champion production pig. Class 1 is for those exhibitors who have just completed 8th through 12th grade, and Class 2 will be for those who have completed 4th through 7th grade. The Washington County Farm Bureau has generously provided free bottled water for our exhibitors and their families. You can find them set up in 4-H Hall. Also, thank you to KCTC for their generous gift of live streaming all shows. The link that is listed on the show program allows you to tune in for other shows this week also. We appreciate their generous support. Family and friends around the world can enjoy the shows this year. You can enjoy this show again by following the link at the top of the show program to see all previously recorded 2020 Washington County Exhibitor Fair livestock shows on the KCTC YouTube channel. We would also like to recognize and thank Federation Bank for their sponsorship of the 4-H and FFA t-shirts for each member this year.
Maybe the deepest class here we've seen all morning within the production show. I think even on all down through 6, we've got really fundamental, basic kind of hogs, and I think even if you fell on down the line, certainly nothing to be ashamed of. I think you brought certainly a quality project to the fair. I think we got a couple of colored up ones out here that I think emulate class advantages rather closely. The longer it goes on, I think there's one that holds this one's skeleton together just a shot better, remains a little bit more comfortable out here, yet still does so with a productive look. Certainly a fast-growing kind of a hog, and the young man that drives the darker pigmented one directly in front of me go ahead and win this particular class. Certainly nothing to take away with the young man driving the other spotted one here in this particular class. From an overall muscle shape perspective, this one's certainly got a class advantage. I think the longer this one's out here, it just gets a little more tighter, more restricted in terms of that one's skeleton. Certainly with boasting a 288 average daily gain, that's nothing to shake a stick at, but certainly one you like. From an overall gain, leanness perspective, carcass composition, just want to realign that one's skeleton ever so slightly to be able to trump the one up top there. Certainly a good kind of a hog comes out next. Like this one overall, from an overall production standpoint, I think you get behind this one. This one's got some advantages just in terms of base width matching its overall width on the top side. Like this one from a productive standpoint, one that maybe just gave up just a shot of muscle shape in comparison to the ones immediately above it, but certainly a really good one to go ahead and land in 3 there. good quality gilt kind of comes out next. Like this one especially, and probably has the advantage over the one that winds up in 3 from just a leanness perspective. For me, this one gets a little bit more uncoordinated off its rear legs. Just want to be able to fix that one, maybe give that one just a shot more, just plant and base just a little bit wider, but like that one from a productivity standpoint, certainly a 286 is something to certainly be proud of. Real high cutability one that drops out next, like that one from a shape perspective, one that maybe just needs just a softer look there through its center cavity. Maybe just gives up a shot in performance comparatively. Real productive, big middled kind of a one that comes out next. For me, maybe it raises the most questions from a composition standpoint. I think from just a leanness and overall, total product perspective, one that maybe gives up some, but certainly nothing to be ashamed of. Really good class all the way to the bottom. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for those exhibitors.
The results of our Class 4 production gilts, we had first with a purple being exhibited by Gavin Greiner of the Washington FFA. Second with a purple to Gavin Greiner of the Washington FFA. Third with a purple to Jack Greiner of the 76 Progressives. Fourth with a blue to Marley Greiner of the 76 Progressives. Fifth with a blue to Jack Greiner of the 76 Progressives. Sixth with a blue to TJ Brenneman of the Lime Creek Live Wires. The results in that class from top to bottom are 5-3, 6-4, 1-2. We are now going to be selecting the champion and reserve champion production gilt. This will be the first and second places from all of the production gilt classes. From our Class 1, we'll wait just a second while we get things moved around here. All of our second places from Class 1, second place was exhibited by Alexa Huber of the Lime Creek Limelights. From Class 2, Callie Huber of the Lime Creek Limelights. From Class 3, Marley Greiner of the 76 Progressives. And Class 4, Gavin Greiner of the Washington FFA. Our first places from Class 1, we have been exhibited by Tessa Bombi of the Lime Creek Limelights. From Class 2, Callie Huber of the Lime Creek Limelights. From Class 3, Tate Bombi of the Lime Creek Live Wires. And from Class 1, Gavin Greiner of the Washington FFA. Following this class, we will be selecting an overall champion production pig. This will be between the champion barrow and the champion gilt in the production classes.
Really a good set of 4 out here for the production gilt show, and I think all these kind of emulate similar to what we saw on the barrows, just from a practicality standpoint. Ones that are both capture an easy feeding look, ones that have got good from a structural standpoint, but most importantly are ones that I think fit the mold from a gain standpoint. Ones that I think really grew well through the summer, but then also have the advantage from a carcass and terminal standpoint. I think all 4 of these emulate that and hold that value particularly well. I think there's one in my mind that probably sticks out, certainly from a growth standpoint, but then also one that's just probably the leader in total product, yet does it with in a very comfortable sound package. The colored up one, the young man driving on the far side, will go ahead and be your champion.
Our champion production gilt is being exhibited today by Gavin Greiner of the Washington FFA. His trophy is sponsored by Saboski Family Farms, and he will also be receiving a cash award from the Mike Hammond family. Our reserve champion today, the trophy is sponsored by U.S. Bank. There are cash awards for the top 5 production gilts, which are sponsored in memory of Robert L. Bonner and his children.
we bring the second place out of that class. And I think one, like I already talked, one you'd like to change in a spot or two from a from a conformation and structure standpoint. I think taking into account where that one's positors are at, one that grew extremely well, one that's still certainly our product leader. That's the one I like second best. Young man driving there on this second colored up one, we go and be reserved.
Gavin Greiner also receives reserve champion for the production gilt. We are going to be selecting a top 5.
We get the remaining 3 out here, and I think, again, 3 that I think are very similar in their type and kind. I think it's just differences from both a leanness, conformation, and then taking into account what their average daily gain is. Young lady driving to my right will be going to be third out.
Callie Huber receives third place.
Drop that second place out of that class out, and I think one that fits in the mix, one that maybe gives up just a shot of performance in comparison to some others. I think the next best one from a growth and carcass standpoint is the young man driving the blue one there on the far side. That'll go ahead and be fourth.
Tate Bombi receives fourth place.
Drop the second place out of that class, and I think fits right in the mix. Remember, in class, certainly like that one from just an overall carcass standpoint. Length of carcass, I think that one should certainly have some advantage, and certainly for its weight, one that's exceptional from a leanness perspective. Young lady that just came in here driving on the far side will go ahead and be fifth.
Our fifth place is Marley Greiner. We're now going to have our overall champion production pig drive. So from our barrow division, we had first place being exhibited by Marley Greiner and reserve being exhibited by Tessa Bombi. From our gilt division, we have champion production gilt being exhibited by Gavin Greiner and our reserve champion being exhibited by Gavin Greiner. We are going to be announcing our single source commercial swine. We need the following exhibitors, not the pigs, for that top 10 to come to the show ring.
Well, it's certainly an accomplishment for these two young exhibitors to be out here for the competing for the champion overall production pig, and I think we got two really good representatives from each of the respective divisions, from both the barrow and the gilts. You know, I think when you look at the sticker on the side of each of these kids' shirts, both of them, I think one's a 276 and one's a 282. And I think when you take that into consideration, you know, I don't know where those numbers would sit with respect to benchmark data in today's industry, but I bet it's in the top, certainly in top end, certainly elite level, maybe top 5 or so forth. So I think, you know, that's something to certainly take into consideration and be proud of for these exhibitors. You know, I think these hogs obviously maybe look a little bit different in comparison to what we'll see later here today. But I think the important thing to keep in mind is, you know, these hogs come from a completely different genetic program. They're bred to perform, bred to grow, and bred to yield ultimately the end product there, and that being pork. So I think, you know, you take into consideration what these pigs are and taking into consideration what their positives and what their attributes are, I think we've got two really good representatives out here for that division. Let's go ahead and put our hands together on a job well done for these kids. I think there's subtle differences in between the pair. Me, in my mind, there's one that's probably just combines just overall total product, leanness and shape, and overall productivity. Young man driving the gilt to go ahead and be your champion production pig. Hey, drop the reserve gilt out here. And again, I think in comparison, just like the one we just saw, certainly has some class-leading advantages from a carcass standpoint, like that one for just an overall shape and power and dimension standpoint. Again, like we've talked, one that maybe you just changed a little bit from a conformation standpoint. I think it's relatively close in between the pair. If I had to have 2,400 of them, I'd probably just go with the added comfort of the young lady's barrow on the far side. She'll go ahead and be your reserve.
We are now going to be recognizing our top 10 for the single source commercial swine.
So first of all, the single source program is a program that all the exhibitors get pigs from one source, and we're thankful for Dean and Linda Searin and Searin Pork for their contribution. So if everybody could give them a round of applause for such a great thing. Dean's over here if you didn't know, and Linda was sitting, but she snuck out maybe. But anyhow, so what happens is they all get their pigs on the same day. They go through an interview process, and then part of them, they're rated on not only the what you see in the show ring, but also the interview process and how well their pigs grow throughout the year. So again, many thanks to Dean and Linda Searin for giving these kids the opportunity to show pigs and do things that they wouldn't otherwise get to do.
The results of our single source swine will go from the bottom up. We had in 9th place, Colton Thrapp. Step forward and we'll give them a round of applause as we go. 8th place, Braden Johnston. 7th place, Brennan McGuire. 6th place, Hallie Heisdorfer. 5th place, Blake Peck. Fourth place, Kinsey Miller. Third place, Brody Miller. Then we have a tie for second place. So one of you is going to go home with a trophy today, and the other will get one later. So we have a tie between Kale Miller and Peyton Peck. And our winner today is Colin Miller. So Colin's trophy is sponsored by Wellman Produce. The reserve trophy is sponsored by JWV Pork. And there will be cash awards for the top 10. We'll go ahead and we'll have these guys exit as I keep reading these. The cash awards are sponsored by Ebert Painting, Bill and Kathy Ebert, Washington County Pork Producers, Don Lewis Family, and U.S. Bank in Washington. Okay, we're next going to do our top 10 for rate of gain. So some of those same exhibitors do not leave because you're top 10 for rate of gain. I'm going to go through that list and you're going to come on out. I need Colin Miller, Jack Greiner, Marley Greiner, Peyton Peck, TJ Brenneman, Gavin Greiner, and Tate Bombi. If you can come on out into the ring. Gavin Greiner. Yep. Yes. So I need those exhibitors to come out into the ring and I'll go through the top 10. Okay, so we're going to go through our top 10. I'll have you just step out. We'll do a round of applause for each kid as they step out. So for 10th place, we have Colin Miller of the Lime Creek Livewires. In 9th place, we have Jack Greiner of the 76 Progressives. In 8th place, we have Marley Greiner. 7th place, we have Peyton Peck of the Lime Creek Livewires. In 6th place, we have TJ Brenneman of the Lime Creek Livewires. 5th place, we have TJ Brenneman in 5th place, we have Gavin Greiner of the Washington FFA. In 4th place, we have TJ Brenneman of the Lime Creek Livewires. In 3rd place, we have Jack Greiner of the 76 Progressives. For reserve champion, we have Marley Greiner of the 76 Progressives. And then we have a tie for first with a rate of gain of 2.88. We have Tate Bombi and Gavin Greiner. So our champion trophy is sponsored by Hubbard Feeds Incorporated. Reserve champion is sponsored by Ruba Feeders Incorporated, Claude and Mary Greiner. And there are cash awards that are sponsored by the Washington County Pork Producers. Let's give these exhibitors one more round of applause as they leave the ring.
We get in here for the senior division, I suppose, for showmanship, and I think it's challenging. I think we've got some hogs are maybe getting a little bit more upset. Ones that, as the day warms up, maybe aren't as heat tolerant and getting a little bit more worked up than others. That being said, I think it's still pretty clear cut in my mind. There's an exhibitor out here that's done an exceptional job driving his pigs all day. You can tell he's done a little more work here at home, and one that just has a real steady pace throughout the way, manages to separate himself from the pack. Young man driving there directly in front of me, go ahead and be your champion showman. Gets a little closer in my mind for reserve. I think, again, there's some hogs that are probably just a little bit ring sour out here. There's still an exhibitor in my mind who's done a good job driving throughout the day. One that I think of the ones out here has maybe done as good of a job of separating herself and keeping her hog going and keeping her hog comfortable. Young lady driving in front of me will go ahead and be your reserve.
Our champion for the production showmanship for our older division was Peyton Peck, and our reserve is Alexa Huber. Let's give these exhibitors one more round of applause as they leave. Next, coming into the ring, we are going to be having our second class of production pig showmanship. This is for exhibitors who have completed 4th through 7th grade. Let's take this chance to recognize our judge today. We have Matt Romosier, so let's give him a round of applause for his work today. Also, as we are kind of at a little bit of a quieter time here, we do want to say thank you to our ring help that we've had today, everyone from our superintendents, of course, but also we do have several 4-H swine alum who are here as part of our volunteer swine squad. So we do want to thank them for coming back and giving back to our program. You'll see them throughout the day in the ring or getting things lined up or getting maybe at weigh-in, you saw those people. So let's just say thank you to those people who you see around the ring for all the work that they're putting in today.
we get here into the showmanship, and I think this will be the last time I grab the mic. So I'll just extend thanks to those who invited me. It's been fun to be able to come through and sort maybe a little different show than maybe what I'm used to, and had to maybe adjust my eye a little bit. But I think there's a lot of good value and learning curve, especially for these youngsters who want to learn about the pork industry, want to learn about what real world and commercial pork production is like. It's certainly been fun and been a pleasure to be able to sort the show here today. For your junior showmanship, I think it's pretty clear cut. There's been an exhibitor out here who not only who's worked his tail off all morning, but then comes out here, still probably brings the most intensity, one that probably is the most evident he's worked with his project, and one that I think is enthusiastic about being involved in the pork industry as any young man driving on the far side will be a champion showman. For your reserve showman, junior showman, I think it gets a little bit more challenging. I think, there's some hogs out here that maybe just wanting to fight the showman a little bit more, ones that maybe haven't seen probably just the whip as much at home, but I think there's one that probably still came and hit me with a good impression from an intensity and focus standpoint. Young man driving directly in front of me, go ahead and be your reserve.
I want to thank Matt for coming out today and doing the job he did. Let's give a round of applause for Matt Mosher. Thanks so much. He just learned about this. Our normal judge, we kind of couldn't get in contact with him, and so we had to find somebody pretty quick. And so ended up, Matt said he'd do it. Matt's position now, I don't know if some people might or might not remember Tom Miller. He was kind of the swine specialist for, I don't know how many counties, like, how many? 12? And so Matt's kind of taken over his spot. Tom retired earlier this year, and Matt came in, and Matt's actually from this county and showed pigs here too, and is, once you meet him, you'll like him. He's a great guy. He's a friend of the swine industry. And he's looking out for our best interests. We really appreciate Matt coming out today. Today we'll be having a judge from Oklahoma that we've been trying to get this guy for a long time. Okay, I'm going to let them take over.
For our production showmanship, for our champion for Class 2 was Jack Greiner, and our reserve champion was Brennan McGuire. We are going to be starting in about 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
So that will be an 11 o'clock start. So we're going to take 10 minutes here, and we'll start at 11 o'clock with our market and breeding show, and we'll announce the judge at that time. get started today with the second part of our swine show. And with that, our judge today, we have Willie Kirkpatrick. He is from Lone Grove, Oklahoma. He has judged lots of major shows, including the Iowa State Fair. He is a graduate of Oklahoma State University. The first class we have coming into the ring will be our home-raised barrow, Class 1. This will also be a championship drive for this division. The trophy for the home-raised barrow is sponsored by Roger and Kathy Brenning, and the reserve is sponsored by Farm Credit Services of America, Alan Burkert and Brad Merrick. Cash awards for the top 10 barrows are sponsored by United Animal Health Incorporated, Jay Lampe of Washington Ag Supply, United Animal Health, Virgil Meyer, Lenz Show Cattle, Brian and Ben Lenz, and Fred Greiner of Pioneer Seeds.
Yeah, as I was earlier saying, Willie was always the top on when we had our swine committees to try to get him to come. And he is one busy guy. This guy lives down in Oklahoma, and he is sought after all across the United States. We are very, very fortunate to have him. We've got a few of the breeders that are retiring this year. Their kids are seniors. And we thought it was a special, special time to get Willie up here. We are so happy to get him up here. And so I just like a big applause. Washington County, tell me what you think of Willie Kirkpatrick. I kept texting him the whole time, and I says, I'm the superintendent from the great Washington County Fair. And I drilled that in, and I tell you what, I think I made him weak, and he decided, you know what, I got to go see this Washington County Fair. And we got him. So very, very happy to have you, Willie. We got quality hogs in this county, and you're going to find out.
So currently in the ring, we have 3 seniors that we need to recognize. We have So I have some seniors out in the ring that I'm going to recognize. Demery Bell, Lauren Siren, Leah Merrick, and Brady Knudsen. They are all senior members, and their gray polos are sponsored by Woodhouse Farm Supply. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. I also want to recognize Lauren Searin of the 76 Progressives 4-H Club as being a recipient of one of the Swine Awards for the 2019 awards night. She has excelled in her personal swine project, learning, workshops, and leadership experiences. So congratulations, Lauren. We do want to say thank you to our returning 4-H swine alum who are helping out today as a part of our volunteer swine squad. It's really hard to run a show like this without some extra people in the ring, so we do want to thank them for returning and giving back. We also want to thank Merck Animal Health and Sean Greiner for sponsoring the ribbons for today's show.
What a great way to start out your show. And to tell you guys I was excited was an understatement whenever I got the call to come do Washington County, because I know the quality of livestock people that are surrounding this county that lie within it. And I know the kids are awfully good. And, I'll give a little deal here later, but people make you good whenever you get into a situation like this. When your competitors are good, it just makes you step up your game. And whenever you do that, then you get quality like we've got here down the line. And just an extremely good set out here. I've rolled them back and forth in my mind 2 or 3 different ways how I like to do them. But when you come back to them, I think one of them is probably just a combination of the other two. As you get into this one and talk about him, he's the best up high in terms of just natural back shape. I think he comes with his width, matches him in terms of his blade shape up high. As he comes down low, he's got a big hip laid in him, wide pin set and square. I'd make him just a notch sounder out of his rear too. But with that one said, that black bear is my class winner and champion. Congratulations. I think what makes it difficult is the 1 and 2 is probably just a notch better there and maybe a little thicker and fuller behind. He just doesn't come at me with enough true width. Wants to get a little sharper right at the point of his blade. And this is a predominantly white bear right here. Is going to be second in your reserve. Love that guy's look. And he runs uphill and he's heavy structured. Got a great look to him. Their body sag and feel is right in that one as he goes. There's just not as much of that guy. This one, if he had more back shape in 3, he wins for fun for me, guys, because that's the kind I like. He's heavy structured, wide chested, loose constructed. You get him up with the other pair of bears out here, he just doesn't have enough back shape. If you get into him, you get on top of him, just want him to have more there. He's probably not the best looking one up front. That doesn't bother me any, because I like his extra stoutness that he has. Young lady's bear that comes out next is one I think it's equally impressive. As you get on top of that one, he's a head up, open-chested bear that's awfully good there. He runs out of bone compared to our top trio. We don't see him quite as good there. He's not as gnarly at the ground in his foot and his hair as what we had in the other ones. Still, that one there, awfully good. We come with a lighter weight bear that up high is really good. And his boldness of rib and chest and flank is as good as any that we have in the group. Needs to come truer up front and from behind as he goes away from us. Still an awfully good one that lands there. Young lady's got a bulky one that comes out next. Needs to be better looking up front for me. One that needs to come off his rear too, just a notch better. His body and shape is tremendous. Like that one awfully well. We run into a pair of bears in 7 and 8 down here, need more to them and need to be better off of their rear too. What a great way to start the fair out with. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Our results of our home-raised barrow, we had our champion being exhibited by Jacob Levy of the Franklin Cubs, and our reserve being exhibited by Leah Merrick of the Washington FFA. They both received purples. Third place with a purple goes to Lauren Sarin. Fourth place with a purple goes to Peyton Brunn of the Highlanders. Fifth, purple, Hunter Siebel of the Riverside Ramblers. Sixth with a purple to Demery Bell of the Washington FFA. Seventh with a purple to Demery Bell of the Washington FFA. Eighth with a purple to Emma Cole of the Riverside Ramblers. From top to bottom in that class, the placings are 8, 7, 4, 5, 3, 2, 1, 6. We're now going to get into our purchase barrow division. Coming into the ring now, we have our purchase barrow class 1. I do want to recognize Savannah Hall of the Washington Hustlers 4-H Club as being one of our senior 4-H members. Let's give her a round of applause.
Great class that comes in, and I thought those four immediately got my attention as they came through the gate, and we still have a real quality set of bears in the trio out here. You know, as we come into them and just talk about them a little bit, the narrow belted ones that I like, the front 2/3 of that guy awfully well. He's stout and he's bold. He drives out in his forerib and his flank. We don't see quite the rear leg in terms of placement and structure in that one is what we might have had in the and a few of them that's in the pins. A long-bodied bear that's fresh in his center, and he's got a good top in him. He's not as stout, and we don't see quite the rear leg or boldness in that particular one as maybe what we had in others. The blue bear is really good, short in terms of his back. He's got good shape up high. He gets smaller in his hind leg and gets closer together there. Awfully good trio, though, still left out here. Let's give those exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the arena.
Final call for purchase barrows class 2. Final call purchase
impressive set when they came in, and we'll get to see them back out here in a little bit. But tough group as these 4 come in. I thought they were awfully good. 3 again left out here that I like extremely well. Again, young lady's bear on the far side, real heavy structure, and he's got a good look to him. Gets a little longer bodied and a little more uncoordinated off of both ends. Maybe change that one the way he goes, give him a notch more punch and feel. Then we get that one a little higher. Young man's got one that's good bodied, that gets frailer as we get into him. Not quite as good as you get behind him. Gotta love his body shape and his muscle shape up high. He's awfully good there. Young man's one here in front of me. That one's awfully loosely constructed and can really get out and go. Just doesn't have quite as much to him maybe as what we've seen in some others in the class. Good class again. Let's give those exhibitors a big round of applause.
So a few results for Class 1. So Class 1 of purchased barrows. We had receiving blues from Class 1. We had Cash Cole of the Riverside Ramblers. We have Dakota Longbine of the Highland FFA. And we had Gavin Greiner of the Washington FFA. Receiving purples in Class 1. We have Peyton Ford of the Lime Creek Limelights. We have Bryce Greiner. Savannah Hall of the Washington Hustlers, and Braden Young of the Lime Creek Livewires. From Class 2, receiving blues, we have Avery Johnston of the Highlanders. We have Braden Clow of the Washington Go-Getters, and Rylan Shalla of the Riverside Ramblers. Receiving purples in Class 2, we have Jenna Waters of the Highland FFA, Connor Shalla of the Riverside Ramblers, Avery Shalla of the Riverside Ramblers, and Bryce Greiner of the Dutch Creek Flyers. The next class we'll have coming into the ring will be the Purebred Barrow Class 3. We have two senior 4-H members who are currently out in the ring. We have Brady Knudsen and we have Alexandria Collier. So let's give them a round of applause.
Monster of a class comes in the ring, and I pin 5 of those things back, and they'll be interesting to get back out and look at here in a minute. Hey, and still 3 awfully good ones we have left. Just talk about a pair of bears together. You can talk about here really productive in the terms of their center body and their soggy in the way they're made. Maybe not as stout with as much look up front. Belted one's got a little more bone than the blue one. Hats off to the young man in terms of skin and hair and preparation on this blue one, because he's got that thing on point. The other bear there on the other side, the thin belted bear, one that runs downhill just a touch as we get into him. And you won't hear me say a lot about tall fronted ones because I don't like them tall that are flat and narrow. I won't sacrifice that. But that one does need to be just a little more elevated in his neck. We change that guy just a little bit there. Maybe he gets him a hole up just a little higher. Maybe he needs to go differently off of his rear too. Good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Let's give them a big round.
So for our purchase barrow, Class 3, we had receiving blues, Alexandria Collier of Crooked Creek, Jalen Brown of Highland FFA, and Roy Carter of the Jackson Jets. Receiving purples are Brady Knudsen of Franklin Cubs, Brody Greiner of the Dutch Creek Flyers, Carly Greiner of the Dutch Creek Flyers, Braden Young of the Lime Creek Livewires, and Avery Shalla of the Riverside Ramblers. All of the purple ribbons will be coming back into the ring for the championship drive for the purchased barrows. We're going to be starting that in just a moment. So we will have all of the purple ribbons from Class 1 currently coming back into the ring. That is Peyton Ford of the Lime Creek Limelights, Bryce Greiner. We have Savannah Hall of the Washington Hustlers, and Braden Young of the Lime Creek Live Wires. From Class 2, our purple winners, we had our purple ribbon recipients were Jenna Waters of the Highland FFA, Connor Shalla of the Riverside Ramblers, Avery Shalla of the Riverside Ramblers, and Bryce Greiner of the Dutch Creek Flyers. So our purples from Class 3, we had Brady Knutson of Franklin Cubs, Brody Greiner of Dutch Creek Flyers, Carly Greiner of Dutch Creek Flyers, Braden Young of the Lime Creek Livewires, and Avery Shalla of the Riverside Ramblers. For our champion barrow, the trophy today is sponsored by Bazooka Farm Star Incorporated. The reserve champion trophy is sponsored by Hogslat, Matt Rich. There are cash awards for the top 10 barrows, and those are sponsored by Farmers Co-op of Keota and Ainsworth, Mosley Incorporated, and Terry's Feed Service.
what a tough group when they get out here, and we're going to resort them just a bit here in a minute. Hey, these are the 3 left out of the 13 that we had in the final mix, and I think they're awfully good and deserving. So we get out here. There's a lightweight bear that needs more britches when you get right in behind him to get a hole. Here's one that's got all the muscle in the world, gets a little rounder out of his hip and not quite as heavy a bone for packing that much heat. We got a soggy middle one here. Just probably needs more to him as we get in behind him and a little different use of his hind leg. They're still deserving big time of your round of applause. Let's give them a big applause as they exit the arena, and we'll resort the rest of the group. Incredible set of barrows out here. Let's give them a big round of applause before I talk about anything. And I'll tell any of you, it's where you put your priorities and what you want to do, because there's a couple down the line that I'll get pretty adamant about here in a minute that just have a little problem or two that we need to change. It's not acceptable for this show, Judge, and it might be for another one. So don't give up on them if you're going to another place after this is over, because I think this set of barrows all the way down through or some. I guess when it comes back, there's one that I just keep coming back to in terms of, hey, this thing's a man in terms of bone and chest and width as you get on top of this one. Major league in terms of his shape. He may be the fattest pinned one out here. He works off of a big hind leg, tons of rump in this thing. For me to call him an animal, he's got to be just a little bolder right in his rib. But when we compare him to what's out here, I think he's the one that comes to the top for me. Put your hands together. That young man with that thin belted barrow has got your champion. Congratulations to him. I think it comes to some give and take, and what you want to do next is you get out here and get amongst them and just talk about a market hog, this one that's just so good in this center. This one's probably bolder in his rib. He's fresher up high as you get into him. He's not quite as heavy structured as we get right into this guy. He's a little shorter hipped as we get into him. Still here one, if we could stouten this one up just a nickel, then he gives that one a run for his money. I like that young lady's painted one over there to be reserved. Congratulations to her. Third out as we get in this division is another one. I think that mimickings, they're just not as much of him as it comes to him out here. One that's bold. He's probably not as good looking up front as we get right into that guy. Another one that gets just a little shorter hip. I like the black one to be third. Congratulations to that young lady on that awfully good barrow. Yeah, man, you've got one that I like a lot. The front 2/3 of that blue one is just killer good. That skull stoutness opened up, bold rib, big back. Got a big motor working in this one. He's got to be longer hipped, and he wants to drag out of that hind leg. We fix him there, then you move up the line quite a bit. Awfully good one there. The bear that comes out next is one that, hey, that one's stoutness of look and skull and feature that he has, particularly as he comes at you, is good. And I think where he beats the one in 6 and 7 is he just is more comfortable off of his feet and legs, and you say that, and then as we get into the ones above him, he gets a little drier up in his flank. He's not as good as you get right in behind him in terms of thickness. Still, that one's awfully good. Turn 6 and 7 out together if you would. That's a pair that I like a great deal. You want to know what this show judge wants? I want one that look like those two right there that's got a better hind leg. Those two barrows are awfully good. They're stout. They're bold up high, gangster in their look with still enough chest. We got to get better wheels on both of those behind to get any higher. You do that, then you'll get in my wheelhouse. The bear that comes next is one that needs to be heavier structured, and with that said, that one's back shape is uncompared to any that we had. Big, bold turn up high, gets a notch shorter hip and smaller hind leg, and maybe fixes node as we get into that particular guy. Here's a little guy that's awfully good. I think this one down the road, if he's got another place to go, could certainly get in the mix, because that one's look and boldness of chest, he's just not quite there yet in terms of maturity and boldness up front. Still, that's a good bear that lines there. Young man come out of a tough group there where there were some awfully good bears in that class, and I pinned 5 of them back, and that guy just kept making his way to the top. He's excellent in his look and tall in his shoulder, still bold enough in his chest, gets a little frailer bone, and I guess when I get in behind that one, there's got to be more of him to get higher. I thought a great group. Let's give those exhibitors a big round of applause again.
Our champion purchase barrow was exhibited by Braden Young and our reserve by Jenna Waters. We're now going to have our overall champion, select our overall champion and reserve champion barrow. In the ring for this, from the home raised division, we'll have Jacob Leib and we'll have Liam Merrick. That was from the home raised division. From the purchase barrow division, we have Braden Young and Jenna Waters. The Grand Champion Market Barrow Trophy is sponsored by Merck Animal Health, Sean Greiner, and the Reserve is sponsored by Vidito Insurance, Don Vidito, the agent.
Tremendous barrow drive as we get them out here, and I'm awfully satisfied as they come back to me. Think the parts and pieces fit real good. There's one of them, just a man amongst boys in this particular group. Young man, you've got the champion. Congratulations to him. I think it gets a notch closer, and what you want to do out here for a reserve as we get into the pair of bears in contention out here. The bear that's second to him in class is maybe one of the fresher ones we've seen up high in terms of shape, and then we get into him and he needs to be stouter and needs to be longer hipped and maybe a little more comfortable there. We get into the black bear. It's so good in terms of look and stoutness. I think it matches him in terms of his shape up high and down low. I mentioned when he is champion, I make him a notch looser out of his hip. With that said, that thing never changes his gait. He's reserved. Congratulations to that young man.
Our Grand Champion Market Barrow is exhibited by Braden Young and our reserve by Jacob Leib. We're now going to move into our gilt division. We're going to start out, our first class will be our home-raised gilt, Class 1. The trophy for the home-raised gilt is sponsored by Farm Credit Services of America, Alan Burkert and Brad Merrick. The reserve is sponsored by Nick and Jana Shala. There is a cash award for the top 10 gilts, and that is sponsored by United Animal Health, Virgil Meyer, Washington State Bank, U.S. Bank of Washington, Ameriprise Financial, and DeKalb Feeds Division of Huber Feeds, Joe Tabakhorst.
really good classes. We get them out here, and I think when they all get lined out, there's one that comes to the top pretty handily for me in terms of one that's just so stout and good looking and opened up. I think this one's heavier structured and just as big and bold ribbed as any. And when this young lady gets this thing going, and she's a creature from the side in terms of her look, I like that belted one to win. Congratulations to that young lady. Young lady, you've got a really nice one in this painted up one out here, this calico. Love that thing's back shape and body and center that she has as you get into her. Don't think that one's quite as heavy structured, particularly rear leg as we get into her. She's a little more pinched in her ham loin and has got to come better there. Body, back, shape in that one I think's awfully good. You've probably got the heaviest bone one in third, young lady, and that thing's extension and look and structure I like awfully well. That thing opens up extremely good. That one just gets a little flat for me as we get right into the center portion of her cavity. We get in behind her. She's a little puffy in that hawk on the other side. May change her there just a touch. The gilt that comes next is sharp and good looking up front, gets a notch frailer as we get into her, make her bigger in her foot and bolder in her forerib to get that one higher today. The gilt that comes next is shapely up high and probably has more back in terms of just true turn of rib as you get into her than the gilt did above her. Another one that gets frailer, a little stiffer out of her rear too and needs to go better. Yeah, man, you've got a stout one that comes next that needs to be just a notch better looking for me to get higher today. Congratulations to you exhibitors in that class. Let's give them a big round of applause.
The results of our home raised gilt, our champion was exhibited by Taylor Brenning of Franklin Cubs, also receiving a purple. Our reserve was shown by Georgia Evans of the Riverside Ramblers, also receiving a purple. Additionally receiving purple was third place, Leah Merrick of the Washington FFA. Fourth place purple, Lauren Searon of the Kyoto FFA. Fifth place purple, Peyton Brunn of the Highlanders. And sixth place purple, Hunter Siebel of the Riverside Ramblers. Currently in the ring, we have our first class of purchased gilts. We have a couple senior exhibitors out in the ring. We have Alexandria Collier and Bryce Waters. Let's give them a round of applause.
good class that comes in, and we run into just a few structural problems maybe as we get a little deeper into this group. A couple of gilts here that are all that trio right there are gilts that have got muscle and shape that I think need to be better off of their rear too. Young man's got an extremely heavy structure, one that's got to have more center body to get any higher for me today. Good group. Let's give those exhibitors another big round of applause as they exit.
For the first class of purchased barrows, we had receiving purples in that class are Brody Griner of the Dutch Creek Flyers, Mason Shallow of the Riverside Ramblers, and Elizabeth Collier of the Crooked Creek Club. Receiving blues are Owen Ross of the Washington Hustlers, Elizabeth Collier of the Crooked Creek Club, Dakota Longbine of Highland FFA, and Alexander Collier of Crooked Creek. Currently coming into the ring, we have our second class of purchased gilts.
Another good class as we get them out here. A pair of gilts, wider belted gilt needs to be better for me off of her rear too. Love her stoutness of skull and bone and foot as she goes to the ground. Make her better in her rear pastern. The gilt in front of me gets a little long-bodied for me as we get out here. Wants to wrinkle in her top and needs to be a little stouter. She's probably as shapely as any that we had in the group. Still needs to be a notch better for there in terms of stoutness. Good group. Let's give those two exhibitors a round of applause as they leave the arena.
For Class 2 purchased gilts, our purples went to Coy Sabaski of the Washington Go-Getters. Phelan Hostetler of the Riverside Ramblers, Rylan Shalla of the Riverside Ramblers. Receiving blues in that class were Connor Shalla of the Riverside Ramblers and Gavin Greiner of the Washington FFA. Currently coming into the ring, we have our Class 3 of Purchase Gilts.
Another good class that comes in. We've got a pair of gilts left. Young lady does an extremely good job driving the blue on the far side. Just needs to be more of her in terms of her center body and flank. Needs to open that gilt up. We say a lot of the same things for the black one as we get out here. Maybe not better right out of her hip as she goes. Still an awfully good pair of individuals. Awesome kids driving them. Let's give them a big round of applause as they exit the arena. Another good pair left in the arena as we get out here. The young man's black gilt is one. He does a great job driving that thing. Just get in behind him. We've got to change that one's rear hock in terms of the puffiness there. Blue gilt on the other side. Change her out of her hip and hind leg for me to get higher. Great body and look in that one. Just maybe change it there. Good class. Let's give those exhibitors a round of applause before we pick our champion.
So receiving purples in Class 4, we had Olivia Merrick of the Jackson Jets, we had Roy Carter of the Jackson Jets, and Ellie Anderson of the Highlanders. Receiving blues for the Class 4 purchase gilts, we had Cash Cole of the Riverside Ramblers and Avery Johnston of the Highlanders. We'll now be having our championship drive to announce the champion and reserve champion purchase gilt. The trophy for the champion purchase gilt is sponsored by Fishback Family Farms and the reserve by Merck Animal Health, Sean Greiner. There are cash awards for the top 10 gilts. These are sponsored by Washington State Bank, U.S. Bank of Washington, Hills Bank and Trust Company, JBS, Jim and Cheryl Hinckley, and Don Lewis family. Coming back into the ring for this, in the ring for this championship drive, we will have Brody Greiner, Mason Shalla, Elizabeth Collier. We'll have Coy Saboski and Phelan Hostetler, Rylan Shalla. We'll also have Savannah Hall, Jenna Waters, Brady Knutson, Olivia Merrick, Roy Carter, and Ellie Anderson. Following this class, once we select a champion and reserve champion purchased gilt, we will be selecting a grand and reserve champion market gilt. And that trophy, the champion trophy is sponsored by Vidito Insurance Incorporated, Don Vidito, the agent, and reserved by Sarin Swine Farm. We do have Willie Kirkpatrick as our judge today. He's from Lone Grove, Oklahoma. He has judged lots of major shows, including the Iowa State Fair. He's a graduate of Oklahoma State University. We do want to say thank you to the Washington County Farm Bureau, who has generously provided free bottled water for our exhibitors and their families. You can find them set up at 4-H Hall. We also want to thank KCTC for their generous gift of live streaming all the shows. The link that is posted on the show program, you can tune in to other shows this week with that same link. We do appreciate their generous support. Family and friends around the world can enjoy the fair this year. You can enjoy this show again by following the link at the top of the show program also to see all the previously recorded 2020 Washington County Exhibitor Fair Livestock shows on the KCTC YouTube channel. We do want to recognize and thank Federation Bank for their sponsorship of the 4-H and FFA t-shirts for our members this year. We also want to thank the Washington County Farm Bureau, who has provided our superintendents with their red polos. Many hands make light work to pack up and put away the fair. Fair cleanup begins at 8 a.m. on Saturday morning. Sign up in the extension office. All help is greatly appreciated. We do love to celebrate the hard work of our youth, and we have a new space for that. Thanks to the Washington County Fair Board for their sponsorship and work on the new photo backdrop. Make sure to use the hashtag WashFair20 on social media so that your hashtag WashCo4H family can follow along. We also want to thank 4-H Wood Products of Crawfordsville for fresh shavings in the show ring. We do want to say thank you to Merck Animal Health and Sean Greiner for sponsoring the hog ribbons for today's show, and Brenneman Swine for sponsoring trucking, insurance fees, and swine department expenses. We do also want to thank Holmes Livestock Logistics for swine trucking. That's Jared Holmes. Also, we want to say thank you to Brenneman Pork for supplying the insurance fees and pork checkoff fees.
Let's put our hands together for these two individuals. Awesome pair of gilts out here. And you just talk about sheer quality as you get into them. I mean, they're impressive in terms of their look from the side and just the way that they're put together. Body and rib and stuff matches them, and I don't know who's been on the feed bucket on them, but my hats are off to them because they're right where they need to be. I think there's subtle differences in the pair out here is when you get into them and look, that white gilt or predominantly white gilt, so good looking from the side, and she's so stout mugged, and I think she has an advantage there in terms of that look, and her bone matches. Where I get on to her at is she needs to be a little wider for me, right in her chest. I don't know that she goes quite as comfortably in terms of range of motion right out of her hip maybe as the other one does. The belted gilt out here is so busted open and so good in terms of her top line and shape and just floats across the ring. You know, my question on her, does she bling right good enough in her pole as she comes right back down and right where she opens up right there above her blade? I think a phenomenal pair as we get into them out here. One of them's just a little more my style in terms of boldness at the ground coming at you. I like that belted one. Congratulations to that young man. That white Gilton, too, is one that's just impeccable from the side. Lots of good things about her. I thought, open her up as I compare her to that one. Still, young lady, that's an awfully good one you're driving. Congratulations to her. Put our hands together for that reserve. Congratulations. Young man's blue come in second in that class, right behind our champion there. And if you could fix her hip just a little, then she moves up. Her extra stoutness of skull and boldness of feature when you get on her with that kind of back-laden one is awfully impressive. Still runs uphill with a big chest in her. She just doesn't come as comfortably right out of her hip and hind leg. Wants to push and waddle and duck walk just a little there. We make her more comfortable. Then we change the game on our top three and how we place them. Young man stouting that one up, particularly rear bone, and then we get her in the mix. She's as good from the side in terms of center body. She got a big old motor working in her. That one can go across the ring. Needs to be bigger in her hind leg as we compare her. She goes away from us as compared to the other gilts that we had above them. That's an awfully good one. Young lady, you've got the heaviest bone, stoutest one, and there's no doubt in skull and bone and foot as she goes to the ground. There's one that needs to open up for me, particularly in her center body as we get into her for that kind of stoutness. Got to see more of it right in the center of that one. Young lady, yours is the opposite in terms of center body. Her looks awfully good. I like the center and sag that she has in her. Needs to be heavier structure for one, packing that kind of bulk for me. Still, with that one said, you've got that one looking awfully well. Congratulations to you. A little rawer one comes out next. It's heavy structured, stout and good there. I like all of those things about her. Maybe change her out of her hip and hind leg as she goes right away from you. Awfully good one there. Young lady got another stout one coming next. It's bold in her center and big up high. We got to change that hind leg. She wants to get a little cowboy hawk as she goes away from you. We change that one right there. High speed one that comes next. It's good center. Needs to be better out of her rear leg as she goes. Gets a notch tighter out of her hip. Still, that one's awfully good there. We come with ones as we come on down the line. You can turn those gilts out. A good looking one that needs more punch, particularly right in her forerib as you get into her. Young lady's got a shapely one that's big back. Needs to be better out of her hip and hind leg. We come with a big bodied one there. Needs more look. Good class. Congratulations to those two on top. Let's put our hands together for those exhibitors.
Our purebred gilt champion was shown by Brody Greiner and our reserve by Savannah Hall. We're now going to be selecting our overall champion and reserve champion gilt. From our home race division, we had champion being shown by Taylor Brenning and reserve by Georgia Evans. From our purchase gilt division, we had first place being exhibited by Brody Greiner and second place reserved by Savannah Hall. The trophy for the Grand Champion Market Gilt is sponsored by Vidito Insurance, Don Vidito the agent, and reserved by Sierra and Swine Farm.
What an impressive pair of gilts. Let's put our hands together for these two individuals out here. I don't know that it gets much better than this when you come to the county show and get a pair of them out here like this. And a lot of people know around ringside I'm a barrow guy, but hey, these pair of gilts right here are something special to look at. I think when you get into them, the best thing for me to describe as when you get out here, there's one of them that just screams He-Man. I mean, in terms of boldness of chest, stoutness of look, boldness of cage, and one that goes away from you square. I mean, this thing's got a lot of tons of power in her. And when you put her in motion in her right gear, I think she's an easy winner. Young lady, you got the champion on the far side. Congratulations. We get out here for a reserve, and that doesn't take anything away from the crowd as we get into them. And I think that top pair was awfully close to me. Thought one of them was just a notch better in terms of bone and ribbon and squareness of front feet, tied in a little better there. The other one's probably a little better body. I think they're both the same kind, just subtle differences in them. I like that belted one to be reserved. Congratulations to that young man. Good job, young lady.
So our grand champion market gilt today was exhibited by Taylor Brenning, and our reserve was exhibited by Brody Griner. We're going to move into our purebred market division. We're going to start with the Berkshire class.
Pin 2 in this class. Young man's got a good gilt out here. Just needs more center to her in terms of punch and a more comfortable hind leg. Still, she's got great shape and look. Young man's doing a good job. Let's give him a round of applause as he exits the arena.
The results of our Berkshire class, we had Peyton Ford and of the Lime Creek Limelights and Hunter Siebel of the Riverside Ramblers receiving purples. We have Bryce Waters of the Highlanders, who's one of our senior members, receiving a blue. The next class we'll have coming into the ring will be our Duroc Purebred Market.
What an impressive Duroc class that comes through the gate, and it'll take a little time to sort them here in a minute because they are so good. And we still have two individuals in the ring that are deserving of comments because I like this pair awfully well. I honestly thought when the big bear hit the ring, he'd get a pin out here, and you just come with a rough group. He gets a little more forward in his shoulder and doesn't want to handle his hind leg quite as good. He's probably got a notch more on him than I really turned my deal. Still an awfully good bear that lands there. Young lady, you've got a good gilt that's got shape, gets a little steeper out of her hip and a little smaller in her feet as she goes to the ground. Still an awfully good one there that would get a pin most times. Great class. Let's give those two exhibitors a round of applause as they exit.
The results for our Purebred Market Duroc class, we had receiving purples are Jacob Leib of the Franklin Cubs, Ellie Anderson of the Highlanders, Carly Greiner of the Dutch Creek Flyers, Lime Creek, Peyton Ford of the Lime Creek Limelights, and Cash Cole of the Riverside Ramblers. Receiving blues is Jalen Brown of the Highland FFA, and Olivia Merrick of the Jackson Jets received blues. We have Emma Cole of the Riverside Ramblers receiving a purple in the other registered Purebred Market breeds.
Another good class that comes out here before we pick our champion, and we got one really loose constructed, loose spine bear as we get out here. Just needs more shape to him and more comfortable out of his rear too for me to get any higher today. Good job by the young lady. Let's give her a big round of applause as she exits the arena.
Receiving purples in the spotted purebred market class were Gavin Greiner of Washington FFA and Lauren Siren of Kyoto FFA. And receiving a blue is Jenna Waters of Highland FFA. For the champion purebred market, the trophy is sponsored by Larry Merrick, and the reserve is sponsored in memory of Peggy Mishk. There is a cash award for the top 5 purebred swine, and that is sponsored by JBS, Jim and Cheryl Hinckley, Vidito Insurance Incorporated, Don Vidito, and Schlepko Veterinary Services. Currently in the ring for the selection of the top purebred market, we have receiving purples Peyton Ford, Hunter Siebel, Jacob Leib, Ellie Anderson, Carly Greiner, Peyton Ford, Cash Cole, Emma Cole, Gavin Greiner, and Lauren Searin.
What an awesome purebred drive. Put your hands together for these kids. Make it tough on me when you get out here and they come so good. And I didn't know that Duroc class was going to come like that and 5 deep. And they're scattered through there and they're awfully, awfully nice. 3 of them out here I think's good. And I'll just talk individually about them before I tell you how I place them. The young lady's Red Bear. He survived the test of time out here. One that I thought initially as I got on him could be a little flat. And that's probably where I'd fix him. And with that said, he's probably one of the stouter. He's probably one of the stouter ones in terms of rear bone out here. Great shape. There's undoubtedly, he's probably the boldest one coming right at you with the biggest paw. You know, you just get right in the center of it and say, does that guy just got enough horsepower to go ahead and say, I'm the one and grab me? I don't know. The other red bear is so tall shouldered, and he does it without sacrificing width up front. Still good in terms of his look. He's big backed. He's great body with lots of punch in his forearm. You look at him and take him from his blade forward with one with that kind of front leg stoutness, boldness of chest and skull. Does that rear leg match him? Because I think it gets a little small for me. Like to stouten him up there as we come to him. The Berkshire Barrow, no doubt, is the one that's the stoutest mugged. I like that thick wool and shag he's got on him. He's the best in terms of his center rib and boldness of cage as you get into him. He's got a great big pin set laid. He's got a stout mug, clean jaw, all lays in him fine. If you think his hock's good enough behind, he's a winner. Katie bar the door. I think there's no contest between them, but that is my decision, I guess, that you have to make as we get out of here and discuss the hogs as we get in them. I guess the one that puts the most positives to me, even though I'd swear him just a touch, that Berkshire's your winner. Congratulations to that young lady. I like the tall-fronted red bear that needs a bigger hind leg for a second. Young lady, that one needs a little more horsepower for me. Love his bone and look. Put our hands together again for those top three. I just thought an outstanding trio out here. As we come into the floor with this red one, he just needs more time in terms of shape, particularly when you get in behind him. I left him out here a little longer. The longer he goes, the better he gets because of his look and center cage that he has. He's awfully good there. There's one that needs to power up as we just compare him to the rest. His center body and look and the way that one's put together and being managed is second to none in this particular group. The bear that comes next out, there's another one. If I could just give him more heart as you get right into him and punch, because he's the stoutest one of the red ones in terms of front bone and width. We just get into him. He's not as bold right at the top of his blade. He doesn't come down into his forerib with as much punch. We change him there. We get him higher. The spotted gilt's awfully good. Center body looks a little more like a sow as we get out here. Wants to get a little slinky back. Wants to pigeon toe up front. Don't see that one as good structurally as what we had. Young lady, I like this one in terms of bone, look, center body, and shape up high is awfully good. She wants to give her a little bit of problems, and it's hard to see her just get out and stroll. Maybe we change the game and move her up the line. Attitude's a little better in that one. We come next with one that's heavy muscled and got great look in terms of shape. Wants to run a little downhill, gets a little more jug-headed. We'd fix that about him before we get him any higher today. The next two that come out are one that needs to be better designed in terms of the look. More show pick appearance for me to get higher today. Great set of purebreds. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Our champion purebred market was exhibited by Peyton Ford, and our reserve was also by Peyton Ford. We're next going to be choosing an overall market hog. The ribbons are sponsored by Merck Animal Health, Sean Greiner. The champion trophy is sponsored by DeKalb Feeds, division of, or is by Joe Tabacors. A belt buckle sponsored by Bruce and Leanna Watson. The reserve trophy is sponsored by Shane and Kathleen Brenning. Coming into the ring for the overall market hog, we're going to have Braden Young with the champion market barrow. The reserve for the market barrow was exhibited by Jacob Leib. The grand champion market gilt was shown by Taylor Brenning. The reserve champion by Brody Greiner.
Very satisfied. Great sit as we get back out here. Let's give them all a big round of applause as they come back to us. And I can tell you for sure there's some reserves sitting back there that if I'd have brought on the town, I'd be questioning the knowledge of that judge just a little bit, because there's some good ones sitting back there and some holes that don't get to come out. These are the ones I thought today that kind of come to the top for me in terms of the way that I like them, bone and width and scale underneath. You know me, and I've always said it as I get on the mic, man, I like them as complete as anybody, and I guess the best way to describe them, how I like them, is built for speed with the ESTs, and I like them that are sound and functional, that can go, but I also like you to put as much punch in them as you can in terms of width and bone and stoutness and rear leg circumference. And there's subtle differences in them out here as you get into them and look at them and just decide which one that you want to land on. There's one that I just keep coming back to. I'd pick a little hole in all of them when it's said this one just impresses me in terms of the stoutness and width as you get into this one. Big topped one that's got a great big rump laid in this one and still can go pretty darn good for one pack in this kind of heat. That barrows your grand. Congratulations to that young man.
Thank you.
Braden Young is the exhibitor of our champion overall market hog.
We bring that reserve bear in, come out of a tough group there, and we get into them, and there's one's awfully good. I talked to him before in terms of just his shape and the way that he matches, and he keeps his same gait, even though I'd make him a touch looser. Man, his look is just killer from the side. He's got a big back laid up in that thing. I thought it was awful close between a pair. Maybe one of them's got more center cage, the other one just got more shape. I talked this one when I talked to her in the drive, and I said, just screams He-Man. I like that young lady's gilt to be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Taylor Brenning is exhibiting the reserve overall market hog. We're now starting our breeding swine division. We're going to start with the purebred breeding gilt, the Duroc class. We have a couple of senior exhibitors in the ring. We have Lauren Sarin and Alexandria Collier. Let's give them a round of applause.
Durocs have been exceptional today as we get out here, and we've got them pinned back. They're 5 and still a good set. Bulky gilt here the young lady's got that needs more bone for me, for one that's that size. It's still an awfully good one. Here's a stouter gilt that wants to get a little U-necked as you get into her. Maybe needs to go more comfortably behind. Got a real heavy muscle one that needs better feet and legs. Still awfully good. Let's put our hands together for those exhibitors as they exit the arena.
The results for our Duroc Purebred Breeding Gilt class, we had purples going to Emma Cole of Riverside Ramblers, purple to Riley Leib of the Prairie Pride, purple going to Olivia Merrick of Jackson Jets, purple to Jovi Evans of Riverside Ramblers, purple to Lauren Siren of Kyoto FFA, blues going to Alexandria Collier of Crooked Creek, Koya Sabaski of the Washington Go-Getters, and Haley Brunn of the Highlanders. Now coming into the ring, our next class will be the Purebred Spot Gilt class. The purebred breeding gilt spotted class, we had purples going to Peyton Ford of the Lime Creek Limelights, purple going to Gavin Greiner of the Washington FFA. Also in the Yorkshire class, we had purple going to Demery Bell of Washington FFA and to Ellie Anderson of the Highlanders. We'd also like to recognize Demery Bell as a senior 4-H member. The sponsors for the trophy for the Champion Purebred Breeding Guild is sponsored by Walridge Farms, which is Jerry and Mindy Driscoll. The reserve is also sponsored by Walridge Farms, which is Jerry and Mindy Driscoll. There are cash awards for the top 5 gilts, and they are sponsored by U.S. Bank, JBS, Jim and Cheryl Hinckley, and Tad Tabakhorst.
We got a killer trio out here for a champion purebred breed and gilt, and I think they're awfully good between the three of them, and then there's some subtle differences coming. I could look at them all day long, and I could say, well, you can make a case for this or that one. Not in this judge's mind for me, because there's one that sticks out in terms of look, natural chest width. She's unmatched in terms of cage and squareness as she goes away. This one wins pretty handily for me, and I think a darn good one. That spot's your champion. Congratulations to that young lady. I think it gets a notch closer between those pair of reds and what you want to do out here. One of them's a bit bulkier in terms of the way that she's made. The other one's a bit notch better in her look in terms of her extension. Love this one's top and range of motion as she goes out here. I think she's just better in terms of look. And you way back in your mind and you think which one most closely follows that awfully good champion. This young lady's gilt right here does for me. She's your reserve. Congratulations to her. Young lady, your bulky red one I like a bunch, and I think center body in that one is awfully good in terms of just the way that she's bulked up and massed as she matured. Didn't think she was as good in her front feet as she comes right at you. Didn't think she blended quite as good in her pole or a big hind leg for one packing that much heat. Didn't think she'd come out of her hip and hind leg quite as comfortably. I'm picking on one though that's awfully good. Here comes one as stout as any in terms of mug and bone and foot as you go to the ground, and this one doesn't blend as good. She doesn't stretch out in terms of neck as we get into her. She doesn't blend in her ham loin quite as good. We got to make that one blend just a notch better to get her higher. Here comes one that probably does, but doesn't come in a stouter package. Here's one body shape I like awfully well. She's not as big and bold in terms of her shape and rib up top. She gets a little frailer in her feet as she comes. The one that comes next I like a great deal in terms of look. More days on feed, and this one opens up, and then maybe she leapfrogs the other two because she has that kind of look and look of boldness. Just needs to mature in terms of her center rib and get just a notch better in terms of her punch. Young lady comes with a good Yorkshire gilt here that's good in her body. Love her top shape up high. Gets a little plain in her width as you get down below her as she goes right away from you. Maybe fix her there. Top line's not as strong as her than what we see. A stouter one that comes out next that has more shape. We just changed that one up front. Looked like she'd been hitting a parked car just a touch. We got to extend that one out, make her better there. Young lady comes with one here that needs a better hock behind to get her any higher for me. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Great trio on top. Let's put our hands together for them.
So our champion purebred breeding gilt was exhibited by Peyton Ford, and our reserve by Riley Live. Commercial breeding gilt class 1 will be the next class coming into the ring.
commercial gilts, what a stunner set that come in that top trio over there. They're impressive. I can't wait to see what comes out of the next class. Still very quality out here. Young lady's got a good look on one that needs to power up just a little better to play the game. Maybe with those ones over in the pen, one needs to be a little notch better looking in terms of her look up front here. Doesn't have quite the look in terms of extension. The blue gilt just a little harsher, so we get into her and needs to handle her hind leg better. Great look and great shape. We got a stout structured one that needs to be better behind in the young lady's belted gilt. Let's give them a round of applause as they exit the arena. Tremendously good set. I can tell you one thing, the heat just turned up. It just got damn hot in this barn when that group come through, because they are very, very impressive, and we'll see what they look like when we get them back out here. Not going to take anything away from the two black gilts here that we have out here. They're just not quite as, in terms of design and bulk, what we had in those other. Let's give those two young zibbers a round of applause before we line this next step up.
Results for the commercial breeding gilt, Class 1, receiving purples were Emma Cole of Riverside Ramblers, Jovi Evans of the Riverside Ramblers, and Riley Leib of Prairie. Oh, We're going to try that again. So commercial breeding gilt class 1, receiving purples, we had Emma Cole at the Riverside Ramblers. We also had Jovi Evans of the Riverside Ramblers and Riley Live of Prairie Pride. Receiving blues, we had Alexandria Collier of Crooked Creek. We had Phelan Hostetler of Riverside Ramblers, Elizabeth Collier of Crooked Creek, and Emma Cole of Riverside Ramblers. From the commercial breeding gilt class 2, receiving purples, we had Braden Young of the Lime Creek Livewires. We have Taylor Brenning of Franklin Cubs, Bryce Greiner of Dutch Creek Flyers. We had Leah Merrick of the Washington FFA, Georgia Evans of the Riverside Ramblers, Peyton Ford of the Lime Creek Limelights, and Lauren Searin. Receiving blues in class 2, we had Roy Carter of Jackson Jets and Braden Clow of the Washington Go-Getters. We are now doing our commercial breeding gilt championship drive. The champion trophy is sponsored by Merck Animal Health, Sean Greiner, and the reserve by DeKalb Asgrow, Shauna Siren. And then we have cash awards to the top 5 gilts. We have the donors of Tad Tabakhorse, Brenning Genetics, Shane and Kathleen Brenning, and Birdo Farms.
If this don't get your blood pumped, you need to go someplace else because you don't enjoy good livestock and you don't enjoy good kids driving them. Let's put our hands together. Just an incredible, incredible set. First time I left 5 of them out here, and I think they're all very, very special. And I can tell you, there's some guys that'll come get some down here, and they'll shuffle and mix these up lots of different ways. But when you get in my bread basket and talk about ones that are stout and dense and big hind-legged, and then you do it with one that, man, this one just hit me hard when she come through the gate. I thought, how in the world did they make one that tall-fronted, that opened up with legs like a hippopotamus and can still go? That's real hard to do, and they don't come along. People refer to them as zoo animals and freaks of nature and things like that. That blue one wins for fun over there for me. Congratulations to that young lady. I think it's real close between 2 and 3 and what you want to do. And this pair, man, I just kept bringing them back and forth in my mind. One of them's a little better looking and a little bolder maybe coming at you, and maybe just gets a little narrower at her pin set and cut up in her center portion of her ham. The other one's bulky and densey and stout, got a hind leg like a fat steer and can rumble, and that's a real hard thing to do. Young lady, you're next in this group. Congratulations to you. The other one I thought that was just super, super special out here. Young lady's third place over here on the far side. Look in top shape. She's just not as far as long in terms of bulk, particularly when you get behind her. She narrows right to the top side of her pin. We change her right there. Maybe with a little more time, she could leapfrog a couple of them out here. This dense, burly, woolly one that comes next in 4 hits me hard. Her boldness of rib and shape is so good when you get in her with look too. I think as we compare her maybe to those top 3, she's probably not as big as her foot, ankle. As you go to the ground, get right in behind her. She wants to close up as she comes, even though she probably does have more center stifle than the one that preceded her in class. We don't see just quite as much spread down low. Young lady, you've got a little one that's good. A lot like the one I talked in third that needs a little more time. Her center bulk and chest is on point in terms of where she's at. And with that said, she's not as good here coming right at you. She's not as good right in her ham loins in terms of filled in. At times I catch her with her hind leg wanting to get scooped just a little bit. That one's awfully good though. And hey, if I brought that one to town, I'd be thinking, yeehaw, that's a good gilt. Young lady, yours comes next. I'll just tell you, if that one comes better out of her rear too, you're going to leapfrog a bunch of them and come up, because stoutness of look and skull, squareness of chest and body, front foot and forearm in that one are unequal in class, because that one is very, very good there. And with that said, she wants to drag her hind leg on that one side and get a little wide, and that just makes her stand there. The gilt that comes next is as good looking from the side, dense and bold, needs to power up compared to those tough ones that were in class with her. We have one with more shape and bone that comes next. She just gets harsher right in her forerib, not as good in her depth. We'd change her there, but man, one that's got great shape and can still motor, that's a good gilt there. Young man comes in with one I'm sure he didn't think would stand this far down the line because of her quality out here. Extremely high quality one, big one that needs to be bigger legged in terms of her feet at the ground to compete with the ones above her in class. Real stout one comes out at 10, needs to be better looking, can compete with their contemporaries. Great class, excellent top 5. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Our champion commercial breeding gilt was exhibited by Leah Merrick and our reserve by Taylor Brenning. We're next going to be selecting our overall breeding gilt. Coming into the ring for this will be our champion breeding gilt, our purebred breeding gilt that was exhibited by Peyton Ford, the reserve by Riley Leib. And in the commercial breeding gilt division, our champion, Leah Merrick, and reserve, Taylor Brenning.
I know we got a little bit more to go, and I know we've got some added stuff with the pen at 3, and we'll do that here in just a little bit. Maybe talk to you just a little bit here. I'm just not going to get on a real long speech or anything. Kids, y'all let them cool down just a little bit. Hey, when they called me to judge the show, I was stoked about doing it. You guys don't know how many people in this county that I look up to and admire, or either grew up with and watched, because there's a lot of people around here that I think a great deal of. And with that said, we don't have to tell you about what's going on in the world today that's trying to threaten our way of life. And I'm going to tell you this story to tell you another one there, that as stock people, guys, we've got to stick together. And you may not like everyone that's around you, but it's time to get together and bond together, because there's one thing that gives me hope, people, and that's the kid with a show pig. And I mean, anytime you can do that and combine family and friends in the world that they're trying to destroy now is something that gives me great hope, because, you know, me and my wife, we hadn't had the best year left. And I'll tell you what, if it wasn't for my pig family and my extended family and people around, we wouldn't be at a pig show today. So I'm telling you that. And in a county setting, I know there's a lot of you guys that are retiring, that are getting out maybe the last time. But I'll tell you this, there's probably people around ringside that you need to go shake their hand, because those people made you better people. They made you more competitive. You might not have liked them at that time, and you might not have liked them after that, but they made you better stockmen because you wanted to beat them and be like them. And that's hard to do, and that's the reason this county is so competitive now. I see it all the time at home, and I see guys standing on the sidelines and they're yakking all the time, and then the next time they're asking you questions trying to get better, and that just makes a better community, makes a better county, makes better kids, and makes better people. So that's my soapbox for today. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors out here. Been a tremendous gilt show. Guys, when you put them together like this is the way I like them. There's 2 out here at thebomb.com, and I'll go get them. Thanks for having me. Let's give them another big round of applause.
The results of our overall breeding gilt: we have our champion being exhibited by Leah Merrick. Trophy is sponsored in memory of Robert L. Bonner and his children. Belt buckle sponsored by Zoetis, Eric Greiner. Then we have reserve by Taylor Brenning. Once again, sponsored in memory of Robert L. Bonner and his children. And next, we're going to get into our Pen of 3 contest.
I know a pin of three, like the first set, maybe the first time you guys has done that, and I think a very encouraging thing to do to get your best three out and come, and young man brought us a really good set. Put your hands together, your champion pin of three today, young man coming right here, and I think just the quality set of market hogs that he has, a guy that knows what I like too in terms of the way that they look. Get out here, I think hogs with muscle and structure and width, and they put together in uniform package, maybe I think pretty sure, and weight there, maybe a little smaller in the blue one, but hey, I think that's an awfully good set. Give him another big round of applause. Thought that was awfully good. Our reserve pin comes out here with the young man next, and a man that I think another real uniform set was shape, and as they come to you, maybe they didn't come to you quite as sound as what we had there in the group before, but with that said, in terms of muscle and width and look, and still a good set of market hogs, I think that one comes to the top next for me. Young man down on the far side is third, and I think he comes with a solid black set with shape that's well presented that comes out next. Maybe just not the sheer mass in this set that we had in the two previous before them. Maybe just a little difference in terms of uniformity there as we get on that set, but I think a good trio of market hogs there that they put together. Next is a young lady down on the end, and I like this set good. Maybe as we get into them again, maybe I don't see quite the soundness in this set. I think they're the next bulkiest in terms of shape. Maybe if we send them through the rail, we may cut just a notch better right here as we get into them. And with that set, they're not as big in terms of market weight, and maybe in terms of uniformity, you got a little small one in there, but an awfully good one there. We come next with a young lady that has a tremendously stout set of them in terms of skull and bone and just sheer pliability in the middle of this one. Maybe feet and legs not as good on one of them in this particular group. Great top five there in your pin of three. Let's give them another big round.
The champion for the pen of three goes to Braden Young. His trophy is sponsored by Nick and Jana Shalla. Reserve goes to Ryland Shalla, which is trophy is sponsored by Fred Greiner, Pioneer Seeds. Other results in that class, all five of the pens received purples. Other placings included third to Roy Carter, fourth to Elizabeth Collier, fifth to Alexander Collier. We're going to now get started with our showmanship. We're going to have Top Gun showmanship first. Our champion will receive a plaque that is sponsored by KCTC, Kelowna Cooperative Technology Company. And the reserve will receive a ribbon. Cash awards are provided for this by KCTC, the Kelowna Cooperative Technology Company. In the ring currently, we have our Top Gun showmanship class. These are winners of the different age divisions who are eligible to come out for the Top Gun showmanship.
three awesome showmen out here in your Top Gun division. And guys, I'm not one that asks a lot of questions. I do a lot of watching in the back, and I've got to see you show all day, and I know what you're doing. And I was always one of those guys, if you couldn't drive one good enough to get in the pen, you'd probably never get asked a question, and there's a room for those quiz bowls and stuff if you want to do that. So I know I've did Iowa before, and you come to Oklahoma or Texas, you better get one drove because there's lots of them in the pens. And when we go, that first couple, 2 or 3 steps and that initial 3-second look is something that you've got to have to get in the pen as you get to one of those majors. I'd say in Washington County, you better be stroking it when you come through that gate if you're going to get one up there, because first impressions are everything. And look, when you come in, one young person out here been a hand all day long in terms of getting them stuck, getting them in the right place. I've left her out a couple of times, a pretty long time. Never give up and kept driving towards the top. Put your hands together for with that belted gilt right there. She's your Top Gun winner.
Our champion Top Gun showman is Jovi Evans. We're going to next go into our senior showmanship class. For our senior showmanship, the plaque is sponsored by Vidito Insurance, Don Vidito Agent. There's a cash award by United Animal Health Incorporated, Joe Tabakhorst, and 4-H Wood Products. There's also a reserve ribbon, and that is sponsored by Giro Genetics, Ryan Giro, and Kennedy Insurance, Bob Kennedy. There were also cash awards for the Pen of 3, and those cash awards are sponsored by Vidito Insurance, Don Vidito, in memory of John E. Young, who was a former swine superintendent and fair board member, Mose Levy Incorporated, Livestock, Equipment Sales, Riverside Grain and Feed, and CBI Bank and Trust.
great set of senior showmen as we get out here, and I think a very experienced set as you get into them. Took them a little curve or two there when I was walking on them just to make sure they knew what was going on. And I think as we get out here with them again, I've watched them all day long. And your champion senior showman, young lady with the red barrow. Your reserve showman, young man with the belted barrow on the far side. Congratulations to those two. Good job, young lady. Good job.
Thank you.
Our top senior showman is Ellie Anderson, and our reserve goes to Bryce Greiner. The next class we're going to have will be our intermediate showman. The plaque for the top intermediate showman is sponsored by Kennedy Insurance Agency, cash award by United Animal Health Incorporated, Joe Tabakhorst, and Prescription Feeds Incorporated. The reserve recognition is sponsored by Giro Genetics, Ryan Giro, and Kennedy Insurance, Bob Kennedy. Just a reminder to some of you exhibitors who might be around the ring, please make sure you clean up your pens or your areas that you have been utilizing today. We need to make sure that your areas are entirely clean before you leave today. Exhibitors, we are going to try to load the truck today at 3 p.m. 3 p.m. will be when they are going to load pigs onto the truck, so be ready for that time frame.
You know, it takes a lot of people to make a show go good and flow, and Willie has just really kept us going today, and you can tell he absolutely loves what he's doing. And we had a crew that just kept right up with him all day long. And I want to thank you for the swine patrol. They were guys in the orange shirts, and they did a great job. Sometimes it was some wild hogs out here, so they probably rode a few through the day, but they enjoyed coming out, and I hope they'll come next year. I also thank you for all the ladies behind me. My gosh, you know, they kept everything straight, wrote everything down the book. You know, and if it wasn't for them, you know, we couldn't do all what we do either. I want to thank the Washington County Pork Queen, the Washington County Miss Congeniality. We had also the Washington County Pork Princess here earlier. We also had the Washington County Fair Queen, and who was the other gal? The first runner-up. You know, and this is all about fair, and we really, you know, through this whole thing, we made it. You know, it's a tribute to all these parents as you look around the ringside. They never stopped believing that we couldn't have this county fair. To the fair board that said, man, we're going to still do this. To Amy Green, a shout out to Amy Green, my land. Amy Green, you never gave up. She worked tirelessly so we could have this Washington County Fair, you know, and I want to thank you personally because she's a great role model for every one of these kids out here, and she works her tail off, and she deserves it. So thank you, Amy Green, for bringing the fair. We appreciate it. So now we'll just continue on with showmanship. I just had to get that off my chest, so thanks a lot.
Well, I like what Bruce said, but I kind of took my closing remarks, so I guess I'll have to think of something else here in just a little bit. So awfully good. Good set of showmen out here. Let's give them a big round of applause. Just a tremendous group. I knew this group was going to be tough when they come back. I saw them getting ready back there in the back, and man, they're so talented and a group that's young that's just going to continue to get better, and they can give those older kids a run for their money. There's two of them out here that stand out and have all day. Young lady with that red gilt, your champion showman. Young lady with this blue gilt, your reserve. Congratulations to both of them.
Our top intermediate showman today goes to Riley Leib, and our reserve to Peyton Ford. The next class we'll have coming into the ring will be our final class of the Swine show, and that is going to be our junior showmanship. The junior showmanship plaque is sponsored by Keota Vet Clinic. There's a cash award by United Animal Health Incorporated, Joe Tabakhorst, and Cedar Family Farms. And then we have the reserve champion recognition being sponsored by Giro Genetics, Ryan Giro, and Kennedy Insurance, Bob Kennedy.
Once again, thank everyone. Bruce, everybody behind the scenes that had me come to the Great Washington County Fair and had me here. And man, I've thoroughly enjoyed myself. Great set of young people to work with. The stock was certainly not disappointing as you got into them. Maybe as good a county as I've got to see in just a touch of a little while. My hat's off to you again for you guys sticking to your guns and having it. Thank you for having me. It's been a great show. I'm going to go out here and get you two more. Guys, y'all have a safe trip home. Best of luck in the future.
Our junior champion today is Jacob Leib, and our reserve goes to Georgia Evans. Thank you, everybody, for coming to our show today.